Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world.
Here we go, another night of Spaced Out Radio tonight. What the hell is that picture doing up there? Let's take that off. Hey, how are you? I'm Dave. What's happening? I'm the guy who hosts Spaced Out Radio, and tonight we are getting into aliens, angels, auras, AAA. If you got AAA, we're going to be able to solve some problems tonight. Jerry Yusko is our guest tonight on Spaced Out Radio. It's going to be a divine show, to say the least. But first, before we bring in Jerry, let us say hello to all of you, starting off with Race Fan in the gold medal position. Sugar Britches taking home the silver, and B with a bronze medal tonight. Hi, Chris 716, Penny Van, Forrest Louie, Roy Boy, how y'all doing? Hey, Brown Dwarf, Area 51, Nancy Hayes, nice to see you. Lisa C. and Daryl Zerline and Donna, good to have you here. Hey, D. Cohen and Human Carl, not to be misconstrued with Alien Carl, a great veteran of the United States Air Force. Thank you for your service, Human Carl. We love our veterans around our chat room and everywhere else. Luscious Jules, Laura Lobbs, Nikki in Seattle, good to see you. Susie B. and Mac Geek, thank you for coming on in. Hi, Jen A. Nice to see you. Dave Walters, what's happening? God damn, Blazers up again. Oh, wow. I bet you there's a lot of fights in that series, man. Kathy Evans, nice to see you. And who else is joining us here tonight? Scrolling on down, there's the lovely and talented Kira, a beautiful soul nonetheless. Let's continue on. And Pixie Lara, good to see you. Robin McRae is here. Robin McRae is going to be signing autographs after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. Robin actually, earlier today, invited me to speak at a Bigfoot conference next year at the end of April in Nebraska. I'm heading to Nebraska. I don't even know where Nebraska is. All I know is that their college football team is the Cornhuskers. So I'm assuming there's a lot of corn and Bigfoot around there. So I'm looking forward to it. Thank you, Robin. I very much appreciate it. Robert Lamoth, how are you, my man? And who else is joining us? W. David Page, Cryptid 559. How you doing, Javier? And Timothman, good to see you. Esmeralda is back. Esmeralda will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind, to the right of the studio. Continuing on, and there's Monica, and who else do we have here? Jessica, Kurt M., nice to see you. Hi, Zoria, and Maggie M10, Pink Volo, Digger Dog, Zen1, good to see you all. And who else do we have? Brad Roenfeld, pardon me. How you doing, man? Nancy Thames, good to see you. And John Sabe Malan, bonne nuit to you as well, my friend. And Social Dig, Rob G. I subscribe. I thought I was subscribed to your channel. I did hit subscribe tonight. I did. So let's have a good time. And thank you for always being here, my man. Return the favor. Doug Shelby is here. The Doug Shelby has arrived, which means we can officially start this show. And there's Alien Critter, Phil the Stalker. How you guys doing? And Noble Patrick, good to have you here. And who else is joining us here? Well, Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. What do we say? Super Duke. And he'll be back a little bit later on. Let's see if we can get all of this done. Susan Alloway, Weeruna Farm, how are you? Good to see you. My man Millennium, Raymond L., Mr. Cowley. Welcome back to the show. Oh, Mr. Cowley loves his spaced out radio. The Michael Leger. Nice to have you here, my man. And thank you for the great emails earlier, buddy. And who else do we have jumping on in here? DH72, welcome from North Bay, Ontario. Yeah, that's good hockey over there, man. Very good hockey. Thank you for tuning in, my fellow Canadian. And who else do we have here? Travis Woostos. My man, Travis Woostos. There he is. And yeah, we're about a few seconds away here. Love V Love. How are you? And there's Bill WD40 in the Spreaker chat, lubing us up for tonight's show because you always want to go in smooth. My brother Eugene, Christine Lynn, good to see you. Horns up, everyone. Let's rock. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out the Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. It's all about angels, aliens, and aura tonight. Our guest, Jerry Yusko, will be with us here momentarily as we're going to have a power show of interest tonight. Then, in hour number 3, we're going to head to the swamp. It'll be Super Duke here for the Cryptid Report, Dave 101 night, and we'll end with the strange news of the night. Jerry Yusko is a metaphysical teacher who has taught all kinds of classes at the Learning Light, Temple of Light, and the Healing Key. He is a diagnostic intuitive, so he can see into people like an MRI or X-ray machine. He can also do aura readings as well as chakra energy healing. Yeah, this is a man of all facets. This is the type of guy you want when anything seems to go wrong. He is himself a revolving carousel of different third eyes that he could use when working with a client. He has also worked on people that have been in comas, brain dead, have Alzheimer's or dementia. He can also see into their mind, and he tries to help them find their way back and begin being healthy again. He works with neuroscientists that do brain mapping to show that the healing process that is happening in real time on his clients. Wow. We're going to get into some serious stuff tonight. This is very interesting. And I'm glad to have Jerry Yusko on Spaced Out Radio for the first time. Jerry, thank you so much for joining us. How are you doing, my man?
I'm doing fantastic, and thank you for having me here tonight. And good evening to everyone, wherever they may be.
Well, the more exciting news is you may be joining us in Las Vegas for our fan party in April or May 19th through 21st. I'm pretty excited about that.
It sounds fantastic. I'd love to be there.
Well, I hope you can.
I'm going to get a ticket right after we get done with the interview tonight.
Beautiful. Beautiful. We love that. We love that. Thank you so much. Jerry, this is such a touchy subject when it comes to healing and anything that is kind of against the medical profession. Jerry, how did you get started in this? Was this something that came to you as a child, or was it something you learned later on in life?
Both. It started as a child when my father was stationed over in Cuba, and I had my first experience with extraterrestrials, which were basically the Greys. I didn't know that at the time. And then throughout my young adult, or childhood, I should say, my experiences with them grew over time, to the point that they trusted me so much that I could literally astral project to their ships at will and stuff, and vice versa.
What was that like?
But the other thing is because of the way I had problems when I was born, and angels have been around me all my life as well. But it took me a while to figure out the angel part compared to the extraterrestrials.
What was that like to know at such a young age you had ET contact?
I didn't, to be honest. I didn't call it ET contact. I thought it was natural. I left my rule book and my my instructions to life inside the womb when I came out. So I honestly didn't know that it was not natural for people to have contact. So I was really considered strange in school because my thoughts and the way that I perceived life was different than most of my friends. So,
Different how?
For me, astral projection, leaving of the body was normal. To be totally, almost strictly honest, not cruelly honest, but to be able to see truth in people and all like that was very natural. To have a high level of psychic perception and know things before they were going to happen was normal. It's because these are the things I was taught from the Greys. The Greys tested me basically all my life, even all the way into my 40s, and they would be testing me to find out my spiritual continuity, my fears, what I would do and wouldn't do, my intelligence. So at a young age, going through high school, I didn't have a lot of social groups, although I was considered kind of like a chameleon where I could blend in with different people, but not stay any length of time. So
when you mention these tests that they put you in, what kind of tests were they?
well, when I was younger, they were just to find out my mental capabilities. And people have claimed this, and I agree with them. It would either be like start testing you at a young age for telekinesis, mental telepathy, healing abilities, your scientific abilities, your ability to be a warrior or to be an enlightened spiritual person. So mine fell more into the enlightenment of serving humanity more than being a warrior. Now, there's a reason for this I found out. Greys will test a lot of people to find out where they are in their reptilian brain. And self-survival is one thing, but to become a destructive power of killing indiscriminately, depending on what race of Greys you're dealing with, I found out, some of them that's a welcome attribute and they want it in their gene pool, and some of them don't. It all depends on whether they're dark grays, light grays, or in between. It's kind of like grays have, depending on whether you're colorblind or not, 256 shades of gray on them. And let's get started into the demonic grays that don't care about anything except their own self. And those are the ones you definitely want to stay away from.
How many different species of gray have you had encounters with?
Only about 4 that I can actually claim that I've actually been with. I've been with the little stupid Fimbus that people actually talk about that are like maybe about 2 feet high, and where they say that they basically are mechanical. I would say that my experience is they're more biological with mechanics built into them. I forget what they call that, like cyborg almost.
Right.
But here's the thing: they are stupid, but
Are they?
they can learn quickly. And I know because I had one that came into my room once, and it wanted to do some experiments. And I don't know what it did, but it put a device in the bottom of my foot, and I actually had a mark on me. So I told it the next time that it came into my room to do anything, I beat the shit out of it. Excuse my French and everything else, but I wasn't going to allow it to happen. And they aren't very smart. They did come back, or it came back actually, and that's what I did. But they're only about maybe 2 feet high at the tallest. I mean, maybe 2.5, depending on how tall you are. But they don't have a high degree of intellect like the grays that are, I would say, 4 feet and over to like maybe 5 to 5.5 feet tall. And my mentor gray that I would call him, he's about 5'5", maybe 5'4". And that's
Oh,
the
wow.
one that taught me at a young age. I mean, I don't know about other people, but for me, my experience has been that a gray will kind of like guide you through your life path with them, if that's what it's going to be. And so I've actually had a gray that was my teacher, um, or my mentor in some ways, from early childhood all the way up to around the age of about 45, 49, somewhere in there. And then he got old, and some of the grays, this is a sad story for me, but they do die. They live a long lifespan, but they can die. They can transfer their consciousness over, or they into another clone gray, if you want to call it that. But they're not the same, in my opinion. Spirit is really interesting, and we'll talk about that maybe later. What is the actual spirit of a soul, or
Right.
but in my opinion, if you're going to deal with grays, deal with the taller ones. They basically have more of the intellect, more of the human, if you want to call them human emotions or compassion, than the smaller grays.
Sometimes you don't have a choice which grays you get.
Not in the beginning, but as you go through, you do. You see, I learned a lot. I've had a really interesting life because of my life being between dominated when I was young with extraterrestrials to grays, and then the angels coming in and always protecting me and seeing that they did not violate my my spiritual growth to the connection of the universe, or God, if you want to call it that. I learned the most important secret, or the most important value that you can have with the grays. And that is, if you're going to, if people are still going to experience them, and I don't right at this moment by choice, then learn from them that which you do so you can take back with you in your human form. So what I learned from them, and from the angels as well, is people claim that they use mental telepathy when they talk to you, right? And I'm asking you that question. So that
Right.
means that we have the ability to have mental telepathy, right?
I believe we do.
Then why can we not do that with each other here upon Earth? So if you're smart and you understand what it means to be spiritual, besides just a physical being, you start developing that part of your brain in their presence, because that is your right to do so. Inheritance. So when you get back, you remember what you did. What part of the brain did you use to use mental telepathy with them so you can do it with other people. And I have. And I realized people who send out thought real easy. They broadcast like crazy. The only people that I really found that can basically train their brain are military people sometimes, where they're almost trained to detect when they're being scanned, or they can feel an influence.
Okay,
But
so no, please go ahead.
but the whole thing is if we're going to be dealing with our star family in the future and stuff, then it's a two-way street. They come to us for a reason, and once you learn what that is, and mine was for my spirituality, learn how to, if they have if you use telekinesis, then learn to be in remembrance of it, and don't let them give you a screen memory or anything else. Become a sovereign being, and that's our next step, in my opinion, as we evolve, understanding our sovereignty, so we can be equal among our different star families, is, in my opinion, our divine place. It's our right to be that way among them. We have the right to do everything that they do. And the thing is, though, is what makes us a little bit different is our compassion, because of our spirit, which is our spiritual side, for love, understanding, forgiveness. We can teach them as much as they teach us, I found out. At least that's been my experience.
So if we can teach them as much as they can teach us, why do they not allow us a lot of recall on what happens?
Because most of us can't even remember our own dreams. Most of us won't admit or accept the fact that we're actually having something that we can't explain. So we will write it off as a dream state. Okay. Have you ever had missing time?
Me, no. I've
I
had
have.
I've had time skip on me, but I've never had missing time.
Okay. Well, I've actually stopped wearing a watch in my 20s, because I'd be in an appointment to go somewhere and it says 1:00, and then I look at my watch and it should only take me an hour to get there, and it's 4:00 or something. And I'm missing like a few hours of my life. I have the right, as a spiritual being, as a sovereign being in the universe of creation, just like they are, to know what has happened to me. I demand it. I don't expect them to say that they grant me that. Who are they to grant me? Do you understand? When you understand that we are beyond physical, or we can evolve beyond physical, like the masters did, the game rules change, because there is no game at that point. There's only divine connection of understanding each other. And so for me, once I started taking the responsibility, and I was taught this by the angels, of, wait a minute, we watch over you, but you also have to be aware of what you're doing when you're having missing time, or when you're in a dream state and you are on Mars. And I've had this with other people, and they want you to go and detonate a nuclear bomb or something. Because I have to know, am I spiritually connected to that event? Even if I say I claim I don't remember it. Because what am I? Am I only physical, or am I something more? And if I'm something more than just a physical being, then I want to take ownership of that and know exactly who I am. So that is why you have the right, and you can state it to the universe and everything, and claim your sovereignty. Okay. And say that no matter what being comes to me, I want to know, as a living spiritual being, that's immortal, that lives forever, to know exactly what's happening to me and why. Does that not sound right?
I think it does.
Because we believe in this. The curtains are coming up, the veils are falling. Some people say that we come here to learn and we keep relearning, like we have to keep reliving first grade or kindergarten, or some people might make it to the fifth. That's over. Starting from 2008, when I was reading people, I could see the chromosome changes. I could see the DNA changes in some people going from 2 to 4. And then as time went on, I think the max I ever saw with anyone was about 8 to 16, depending on who they were and what they were doing. But the real truth for me came down to was, what am I truly responsible for? Not just as a physical being, but as a spiritual being. And when I started doing that, I started losing my duality between the two. I said, no, I wish to be just one. So that old saying, I'm a spiritual being living a human existence. No, I changed it. No, I am truly a spiritual being teaching my physical existence to become spiritual. The greatest gift that we have in life, and the new frontier in its own way, is our minds. It's not out of space or anything else. The ability of what our minds can truly do, like our star families and what they can do, our angels can do, we have the same potential, I found out.
I want to ask you, with 2 minutes to go before we go to break here at the bottom of the hour, what is the difference between angels and aliens?
Form. Okay. Aliens to me are more density in space, like we are, more solid, where angels are not. Angels are more ether based, whereby if a billion people thought of, let's say, Archangel Raphael, he could show up to all billion people at one time, where an extraterrestrial couldn't, because they're basically energy. And they are inherent energies that we can become a vibration of and a frequency of in the universe. The other thing is, angels have chosen, except for the fallen angels, have chosen to help assist humanity in our true evolutionary evolution of becoming star beings. I mean, in my opinion, I'm trying to get back to the point of becoming a light being. I want to ascend, but I want to do it like the masters did, where they actually ascended from lower density to high, and angels are already basically there, which basically means I understand how the energy of the universe works. So I have a question for you. Tell me
Sure.
where thought comes from, not the process, but where does the actual thought in your brain come from?
My initial answer would be, with 10 seconds ago, my mind.
The mind is the process. It comes from the universe. It comes from the photons of energy. Photons actually carry, when you really get down into meditation and all this other stuff, they actually carry information to packages of energy.
And on that note, I'm going to get you to hold on right there. Jerry Yusko is our guest tonight. Aliens, Angels, and Auras is what we are driving home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. When we return, we're going to learn more about the Angel and ET connection on Spaced Out Radio. Stay tuned. All right. We are clear. And we've got about 5 minutes, Jerry.
Am I doing all right so far?
You are doing great.
I don't know. Maybe some of my answers might be more unorthodox or orthodox compared to others. I don't know. I honestly don't know what a lot of other people say, but
Uh,
these are the things I have experienced. Would you believe that I've been trying to work on changing water into wine for almost going on almost 4 years during my meditation? And you know what I found out? You know what I found out about trying to change water into wine?
What's that?
Water has inherent memory of the universe and how it was created. Once you learn to talk to it, once you understand that we are 90% water, or I mean, about 86% water, let's say, your water can actually um, become the same frequency as the water that you're talking to. And it can inherently, if you understand through that connection, show you the creation of the universe, since it was one of the first molecules to be created. Isn't that cool?
Very cool. Very cool.
You know, the ability of what we can do is incredible. You know, maybe we can talk about it, but when it came to healing, do you know who Archangel Raphael is?
Yes.
Would you believe because I do want to heal, I actually went to his school. I call it Archangel Archangel Raphael School of 101 for human beings, because he was one of the first angels that actually walked upon the earth as a human to heal. I think it was King David or Solomon, something like that, back in the biblical times. Don't quote me on that, but he was one of the first angels. And it's amazing how many people will call upon him to do their healings and stuff. Besides Archangel Raphael, you know. So if you have any questions, please ask.
Oh, they'll come. They'll come during the show. I don't ask questions during the break.
Oh no, I mean during, okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely. Absolutely. That was a quick first half hour.
I talk too much, huh?
No, you were doing great. You're breaking it down just the way we need for our audience to understand, because in the end, it's about them.
Okay. Like I said, I have two tall white setters that have actually been known to heal people when they've touched them and stuff like that. Do you ever know who Cynthia Crawford was?
No.
She used to be the sculpture lady who made all these different sculptures. Very fascinating woman. Was considered a hybrid. So,
All right, we got about a minute and a half here.
is there anything particular you would like to talk about?
We're just going to run with it through the show, man.
Okay.
Just run with it through the show. I'm just what I do is I'm kind of controlling the chat room. I'm controlling all the social media and doing the interview all at the same time. So my hands are full.
Wow.
Yeah, I like to multitask. All right. I'm going to get you to hold on right there. Thank you to Pam H. for kicking off the super chat tonight. The super chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. And you can do your shopping at spacedoutradio.com. We have some really cool swag there for you. So make sure you check it on out, see if anything suits you. And if we don't have it, we can get it for you. That is for sure. All at spacedoutradio.com/shop. If you haven't already, do us a favor, give us a thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs sideways. And if you're new, hit subscribe and ring the bell. as we are here 7 days a week for your listening entertainment. We like to earn your listening ears. And don't forget, if you're planning on coming to Las Vegas May 19th through 21st at the Golden Nugget, we'd love to see you at our second annual fan party. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. I want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Excuse me, guys. All right, we continue on with our guest tonight, Jerry Yusko, who is talking about aliens, angels, and auras. And we were getting into some very fascinating topics between what is an angel and what is an alien. And Jerry, thank you so much for joining us. We have a lot of people out there, who believe that aliens are demons. So how can you combine angels with aliens?
Well, there are some extraterrestrials that are demons. Like I call them the demonic grays. They are basically demons, in my opinion, because compared to the reptilians or the Dracos, they are just pure evil, in my opinion. I've been fortunate enough not to really ever deal with the which I call the demonic grays directly. I have done two things. One, I've dealt with reptilians, actually seen them, but this within like an astral projection state. They say that there's colonies on the moon and stuff like that. And when I was younger, I used to just leave my body all the time. And then I learned that I had to safeguard it because things will come in if you're not careful. So I had to clear that. And there's where the angels came in to help me realize that I had a dual identity. So I had to basically, with their help, exercise a walk-in. But it wasn't a walk-in. It was, I think, a person who passed over but didn't go into the light. And because I left my body exposed as light when I was astral projection one time when I was young, didn't know what I was really doing. When I came back, I thought everything was all right. But as the weeks went on, I realized my behavior would change. If you ever notice, like, let's say you don't like chocolate ice cream and you like vanilla ice cream, and now you're having cravings for vanilla, for chocolate, question it. Always question your behavior when it changes. Because I've learned from my experience of working with people that have had extraterrestrial contact and everything else, and I've seen it. The rule is if you can go to them, they can come to you. And you better know the rules of the game before you play it. And what I find out is a lot of people don't necessarily understand the rules, the fine print of the rules, but they do understand the object of the game. And they're two big different things I found out. So I've actually worked on people that at one time had implants in them or had attachments, extraterrestrial attachments. Now, we human beings actually have the right to exorcise a extraterrestrial from someone's body, okay? Because it doesn't belong there. It's inherently doesn't. They do not have the right to be in our physical body. So you can exorcise them from the a person, and I've done that. When it comes to demonic beings, that's a different story. And I don't know too many people that are in the metaphysical world that will actually deal with true demonic possession. I do know, I've heard of a couple of few, and I might have known one or two during my time. I've only met one person that was truly demonic. And when I was working on them, they started hissing, copying, swearing, and all like that. This is where understanding your sovereignty, who you truly are, knowing your spiritual name, knowing your empowerment, knowing about the angels, knowing who to call and why you're calling them comes in. Because I just looked at this person, started laughing at them and saying, you do not have the right to exist because I am so-and-so, and I won't tell you my spiritual name, and I cast thee. And that person changed. And I could feel the change, and they could feel it as well. So we can cast out demonic demons, but rarely will an extraterrestrial demonic being inhabit the human body, even though you think that it might. No, it does something more sinister. It mentally communicates with you and basically will interject thought into your head compared to actually being in your physical body. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
So
I'm getting it.
So if it's a demonic human, like a fallen angel or something, they can actually enter the body. Whereby, if it's a reptilian or a Draco or a demonic gray or an evil gray, they will basically do something what I call far worse and use mental telepathy. This is why I said it's so important that you claim your sovereignty, because imagine if in your sleep they can come in. We do astral project. They take you on a mission to go kill other things in the universe. And that could be totally against your will. But because you're not in control of your own sovereignty, your own thoughts, the presence of who you are, could you imagine? I mean, look what people do to each other while we're conscious. Could you imagine what other things could be making you do while you're unconscious in a sleep state? This is why I been meditating and everything else, and I learned from the angels so I could claim my sovereignty. So if things change, or if there's a dream that I'm having and I don't like it, I'll stop the dream and I'll analyze it, or I'll go back and I'll change the outcome of it. Because if it's not what I would do as a normal person, I'm not going to do it in a dream state to be a pawn. And it's so easy to manipulate people. Our own people do it to each other. Could you imagine having a race that is more superior than us doing the same thing in our dream state?
That would be crazy. How do we tap into that? Is it just through consciousness, or is it through, meditation?
Mine has been through both. Mine is mainly, though, not just meditation, but I went back and I started reading about the different masters that have walked upon this earth. And as you go back before Jesus Christ, okay, and you start learning Buddha, and I cannot pronounce some of the Indian masters' names because they're kind of hard for me. But when you look at them and see what they did, okay, and then to say, how can I aspire to become an enlightened master? How do I become a transition of energy? It's really not that hard anymore. But you have to understand one thing. I asked you earlier, where does thought come from? It comes from the universe. It comes from the fact that the universe carries information in it through photons, through electrons, through different means of communication, even what we call quarks and stuff like that, or neutrinos. Okay. Neutrinos can change on the fly from a positive to a negative to a neutral, whatever. Our brains can do the same thing. I've learned from my experience, and I'll try to answer that question at the bottom, but I've learned through my experience, when you understand how to tap into the energy of the universe, the different frequencies that flow through it also flow through us. It's just a matter of how our brains interpret it, how we see the truth, how we perceive our reality. And once you understand, and this is why people say meditation is so great, it's understanding how to become part of those frequencies. So like with me, for example, I have actually seen myself and have done this where I have actually seen the inside of the human mind. I've actually seen bones inside people. Sometimes I use my mind as an x-ray machine. Sometimes I use it as an MRI machine. But it's only because my mind, it doesn't see through human eyes. It sees through electrical impulses of signals. So you actually radiate energy from your body internally, and I can see it. But I believe we all can once we tap in. And this is why I like working with neuroscientists, to be able to find out how the brain is doing this. What wavelength am I using at the moment that lets my brain be able to do a certain function? And this would go with everyone. And in the future, there's a lot of beautiful readers out there, okay? And reading, depending on how you read, I'm a cold reader, okay? I look at a person and then I start telling them different things about themselves. And I can see energy coming off the body, like I can see auras and stuff like that. Excuse me. And then tell them what I'm seeing and then explaining, okay? And everyone has their own unique way of doing that. So the question comes into, how does the mind for some people interpret what they're seeing to be able to express what they're telling you? What wavelength are we using? What are we connecting into to be able to tap into the future events of someone, or to be able to see into a human body? Like I can look into people now, and I didn't realize it at one time. And I had a friend that studied medicine and all like that. And I would say, I'm seeing their blood as a blackish purple. What does that mean? And basically it would mean that they have some kind of disease in their body, whether it be cancer or whatever. Because the blood is supposed to be, from my viewpoint, sometimes it looks red, but more or less it looks like a bluish gray to me sometimes. But it's vibrant. You can tell that it has energy and life in it. And you can almost see the life force of blood dying in people. Well, I can see it when I look into them sometimes. So
I want to ask you, when you're looking at a person, what do you see? Like I'm assuming going to a shopping mall or a restaurant must be a nightmare for you, because all you see is auras and light and everything about the people.
Yes, when I first, I wasn't born with this ability. I asked for it. Remember I told you I went to Raphael School 101 stuff?
Yes.
And then I did something. Well, I used to have a thing called the blending, and I had a lot of readers for me. So I had to think of something to become different, to stand out from the crowd.
Right.
So I went to bed one night and said, how can I be different than everyone else? And most there are some people that can see auras. There's a lot, in fact. And I said, well, then I want to be able to see auras and be able to interpret what I'm seeing. And so the next morning I woke up, and guess what happened? Everything was emitting an aura, inanimate objects as well as living objects. Everything produces an energy signature.
I agree.
And it drove me crazy for a while. And then I learned how to turn it off and on. So this is the power of the mind. So it doesn't really go away. It's just that when it's 24/7, it does drive you crazy sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if you were to take an ordinary person, do you need to be in physical or mental contact with that person?
If I'm doing a reading on them, no. If I'm doing a healing, depends on what I'm doing. For example, some people will just give me a name, and sometimes not even a last name, and I'll just tap into them and then tell them what I feel or think about that person. You don't. And this is the beauty of it, because this proves to me that we're more than just physical existence. We have a spiritual existence. Because I've actually, when I read people, I can carry on two conversations sometime. One with their mind that tells me one thing, and then one with their higher self telling me something else. So you don't necessarily have to be there, because remember, it's energy. And once you understand how to tap into that energy, it's fluent. It's how people, have you ever met people that said, yeah, I can heal people halfway across the world, on the other side of the world or something. I don't need to be in their presence.
Right.
That's kind of like how it works. Now, that also, I found out, depends on what you know, not what you really know about the energy, but how you connect to it, to how you can heal people. Because different healers, believe it or not, heal in different modalities or different ways than each other. I got to get back to something. This is really important.
Sure.
To me anyway, okay? This goes with that question about Archangel might be in a lower angel. I do understand about fallen angel. I don't look at him personally being a fallen angel or a lower class angel. But what I've learned was, when I was first taught how to heal or go about doing certain things, we were never supposed to actually heal the person ourselves. We were supposed to hold space and let either Jesus or whatever we believe come in and stand in and heal them for that person, right?
Right.
At least that's the way I was taught. So I'd call in Archangel Raphael or Archangel Michael, depending on what they needed, or let that person heal themselves in a guidance. And you know what I found out about that? If I ever wanted to fail first grade, that was the most opportune way, because I always let the teacher do my work for me. And so one day I got smart and said, I want to learn what you are doing. So how about if you hold space for me, and then let me be the energy that you would be using to heal this person, or to diagnose this person, or to help this person achieve what they're looking for. So I basically became templated, an overlay, not an avatar, but an overlay of their energy. So I don't always need to call on the angels or Jesus to heal, because in truth, what I realized was, when you understand what we are, also again, not just as physical beings, but the spirit was in our physical, we are capable of actually healing people. Okay, look at the masters again. Look at the Buddhists and stuff. They didn't necessarily follow a Christ consciousness of a heavenly Father, yet they were able to do a lot of the things that he did, if not more. Maybe the only thing they didn't do was die on a cross. But when it came to being reverent in the aspect of being able to bring back the dead, turn water into wine, transcend into light. They did it. We are capable of doing the same thing, I found out. But you have to claim your identity, not as a physical being, but as a spiritual being within the universe, knowing what you truly are and how you are divinely connected to something that we don't truly understand. I don't know one person, including scientists, that truly can comprehend the universe. We can understand parts of it and how it works, but we can't really understand the beauty of what we are within it and the power that we have from it. And I mean, some people can, or they'll claim, because they can do readings, they can do healings, but not too many people on this earth have evolved to the point, and I believe that we will be as time goes on, whereby we will be able to walk on water. We'll be able to change our water into wine or orange juice or anything else that we want. Because one of the things I teach, and one of the things I did, even before COVID, I believe that I am my brother's keeper. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm in servitude to them or a slave to them. It means, no, I have chosen as a spiritual being to help them with my abilities of what I could do. So I used to walk through crowds healing people. I used to gather people together, and we'd all come together and actually walk through crowds, just sending out love and light and healing. And when COVID was around, one of the greatest gifts I had was because I could see auras. I could see people that were carrying that disease, and I would send energy to eradicate it. Now, here's the thing. I got myself in a lot of trouble by saying that you do not need people's permission to heal them. We don't. And the reason why is because, have you ever once had a sick person ask if they could get you sick through their disease?
No.
Then why should I ask them if I can heal that disease from them? Because I don't want to get sick. Now, I won't take away, if some people say, well, they need to have that sickness because they need to learn something, then I won't take away the resident memories. I won't go into their hypothalamus and remove the fact that they were ever sick. But I'm not going to let the disease continue if I can destroy it within them so they don't infect other people. That, to me, is service to each other in humanity. That is really a gift of love that maybe people don't understand. But if you had millions of people walking around healing each other constantly on a day-to-day basis without even asking permission from each other, you know how much higher we would come in involvement of energy with each other instead of fear or distrust?
Be amazing, wouldn't it?
It is amazing. I love what I do. I love the fact that I can do the things that I can do. And I've taught other people, and I've seen other people grow from it. I've had people that were afraid of extraterrestrials until they had their first experiences. And it was with the Palladians, because they were afraid of grays and stuff like that. But even the grays that I would have introduced them to, they were benevolent grays. They were not demonic grays or anything like that. They actually helped. They're the ones that helped me understand the true nature of what it meant to be spiritual in my own light and in my own body.
Right. On that note, Jerry, we are through hour number 1. I am going to get you to hold on here because we are going to go to hour 2 right after this break. I'm just fascinated. I'm fascinated with the healing aspect because I do believe that it is possible that we can heal each other and ourselves. Jerry Yusko teaching us all about it tonight on Spaced Out Radio. That will continue in hour 2. If you're in our chat room audience, put your questions in capital letters. We'll get them to Jerry next on Spaced Out Radio. Having fun yet?
I am.
Good. Okay, I'm going to just put you back in the green room. Don't go anywhere. I'm just going to go take a quick break. We got about another 5.5 minutes, okay?
Perfect.
Okay, I'll be
Then
right back.
can I use the restroom too if I needed to?
Oh, yeah. Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Be right back. I'll be right back, audience. All right. I am back.
Okay.
Thank you, Derek Galloway, for that amazing super chat. Very much appreciate everything you do for SOR, along with Carlito, Uncle Bones, and Pam. Very much appreciate the love and support. The Super Chat is a wonderful way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. So thank you so much. And just remember, you can do a little shopping at our Spaced Out Radio store by going to our website, spacedoutradio.com. Click on the store. We got a bunch of cool swag there for you. We do. And, of course, coming up in May 19th through 21st, we have our fan party in Las Vegas. If you're still hemming and hawing about whether or not you're going to come, if you can still get VIP tickets, we were originally going to shut them down April 1st, but we've extended that to April 15th because of the email problem we were having. But that seems to be cleared up. So we'd love to see you all there, hanging on out with us. And Derek, thank you again for that second amazing super chat. Very much appreciate you, man. Can't wait to see you in Vegas. Cannot wait to see you in Vegas with all of us. And Ryan Smethurst, how you doing? And here we go. Go on our website, and we'll see you soon. Here we go with hour 2.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio is now underway. Thank you so much for joining us. Really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. What do you got for us tonight, Clam? I don't know. Iatroliptic. No. Iatroliptic. There we go. Iatroliptic is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot. Read the Newswire. Get your swag on as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Here we go again with researcher Jerry Yusko, and he is all about aliens, angels, and auras. He can heal people. He's been tested. It's a great show tonight. Jerry, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
All right. I want to start off with a question from Uncle Bones here for you. It says,
Okay.
Michael the Archangel threw Satan out of heaven, yet archangels are seen as lower class angels by some. Why?
It all depends on your perspective. I know a person who, hopefully one day you'll have them on your show, but they are basically an angel intuitive, an angel themselves. But there are 3 types of angels that I know. There's earth angels that come here and they actually help people. Then there's like the mid angels that, people say that they have spiritual guardians and stuff like that.
Yes.
You can have a spiritual guardian as an angel, I found out. It all depends on who you are, your beliefs, your spirituality, and all kinds of things. And then you have higher angels like Archangel Michael's and stuff. And then you have the seraphims that are the ones that are supposed to protect God. There are more than one variety of angels. Now, the ones I deal with are just basically Archangel Michael, Raphael, Uriel, Gabriel, just the archangels mainly. And here's the thing: if you're going to deal with them, learn from them. Like I was saying before, one of the greatest things that I got from not only the extraterrestrial aspect, but from the angels, is learning how to heal through divine intervention of my own self, using the mind as they do. Now they can use etheric energy to be able to heal and stuff. Well, we don't necessarily do that. We do it in a different way, but we can communicate the same way through the photons, the electrons, understanding of the body. And the more you understand of how the marrow works, how the bone works, the structure of the skin, the structure of our cells, the nucleuses of them, and everything else, the DNA, the chromosomes, healing becomes a lot more easy because then you can send direct energy. It's not just vibration, it's also frequencies. Did you know that our vertebrae work off an electrical impulse? So when I work with people, even if I do it remotely, I work with their spinal cord. The spinal cord is the nerve center, basically transmitting all the information through the body, up through the brainstem, and into the brain. And when we start ruining our backs, we start ruining other parts of our anatomy. Hey, but you can stay healthy and you can stretch and all like that. But taking care of your back is, I found out, for most people are really important. And I'm going to go back to, this is what I learned from the angels. Okay. When they clear you, they send energy through your spinal cord. They don't always send it directly to the kidney only. Do you know why?
No.
Because the kidney operates off of other frequencies before it gets its energy. It has to have blood, does it not? It has to have oxygen. It has to make sure that the lungs are working correctly. It has to make sure that the bladder and everything else is working. What's tied into that? The spinal cord. So they do a complete healing, not just a repair healing. That is what I learned differently from them. It's not just like when we go with cancer, we just target that one spot. They target the whole body so it doesn't come back. It's a permanent. That is the difference I found out. So when I work with people, I used to be able to work in I could cause temporary, what I call temporary relief. Okay. And they could be good maybe for a few days. But depending on how I put the energy into them, if I became depleted during those 2 days, they could become they could become depleted as well. Excuse me on that. I had to think for a moment. And I realized that I don't want them to be attached to me in any way. What I found out from healers, and this is what they showed me, is we build up residue energy in our own back, even though we believe that we protect ourselves, put shields around us and everything else. If you're a healer and you do all this stuff, you put white light around you and everything else, and you still get sick, or you create fields that do backwashing, but you still can feel your client's energy, it's because you're getting what I call build up residue in your own spinal cord. It doesn't mean you're sick. It just means that if you're an empath, you have to remember you're picking up their energy empathically. And if you don't know how to disassociate yourself from your empathic abilities while you're healing, all that white light and everything else is going to help protect you, but you're still going to get a residue because you're bringing in a different frequency on a different channel that you might not even be aware of. And so when I worked with people and I looked into their spine, I could see it's supposed to be like a milky grayish white, and sometimes I'll actually see black in it. And the black is the residue that they picked up over the years that they've been doing this long enough. And then you just clean it and they feel better. And then you show them one other thing, really important. This is what I learned from the archangels, not the earth angels or anything like that. And this is why the archangels are here to actually help serve and teach. If you're willing to actually learn from them, they taught me that, most people will try to externally surround yourself by light. When you said, let's bring the white light around us, and like,
Right.
I learned, no, you learn to become white light from your own core. So you learn from the dantian, the sacrum, or right in between the shoulder plexus and the stomach, how to bring your own light, become your own transition of light, so you can be the most pure in it. Okay? So while other people are trying to surround yourself, I'm actually exhaling light from me, because I don't know what other people are bringing in. There are different, more than one light frequency. Believe it or not, your demonic beings, your fallen angels and stuff, in some distorted way, they also believe that they are of the light. They're just not of obedience light or servitude light. They're of their own. So I don't want that. I know who I am. And as a template, I ask my higher self to come in by clearing the negative from me, to bring in the most purest light of what I am. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, because it's also purifying whatever is around you. I mean, it's just like when you have negative energy around your property. I know for us at my home, we will actually, put white light and golden light around our property from four corners all the way up and all the way down into Mother Earth, because it's a protectant. Is that kind of what you're getting at as well?
Are you asking the light from Mother Earth to come up from the ground to surround your house? Or are you asking something to bring the light to you?
Well, we are bringing in the light from a higher power. In my case, it would be God. Okay, in order to protect our property, protect what is around.
Got you. That can work. Okay. What I've done to my house, because I've had things invade my house before, because I've had portals and everything else inside this house, and I've actually been attacked. I sealed it off. I have the 172 legions protecting my home. So the 172 angels that Jesus had, we can also have. I also have my energy going out into the people of my household, protect them, because I do daily meditation. But I also have the master's energies within my house. And I can show you my crystals and stuff, but they're different because they actually have the masters on them and stuff. And I just have them in my home as 24-hour protection. God's light, it's great. It's universal light. It's creator's light and stuff. What I've learned was, though, how powerful are you? Could you, if something walked into your home, protect yourself? If a demonic being actually came in, could you protect yourself?
Are you asking that to me, or just a generalized question?
No, to you.
Yes.
Then do one other thing with God's light around your corners. Infuse your energy into it. So any being that knows, they know that you understand the planetary laws, and that this is your sacred home or sanctuary, because that's what this is. This is a sanctuary that's protected from evil, basically, or demonic beings or anything else. And that's what I did.
Let's get to some audience questions here. Let's start off with Rocket 9. What's the connection with the Federation of Light and Angels and Jesus?
The Federation of Light. Okay. Depending on what you consider the Federation, because you have the Federation Council, and I'm not sure what he means by light, unless he's talking about the angelic beings that actually watch over this world, not the watchers that are human, but the ascended masters, what they're supposed to teach, and what the angels are already doing, like the archangel and stuff that are actually supposed to teach the human race how to come into more of their ascension by claiming their sovereignty, so we can't be brainwashed or manipulated by either each other or extraterrestrial forces or star families or anything else. So the Federation of Light, that is a general question to me. I know what the Galactic Council is. I know what the Federation Council is. I know what the Planetary Council is. I know what some of the binary laws of this planet are, our solar system, what we can do once we enter space and not do. So I need to be a little bit more specific on the Federation of Light, because that can fall into a lot of different categories depending on the way you are interpreting that to me. So I understand the question as far as the angelic side of the angels teaching us and watching over us, and the masters showing us how we can become as they are and were when they walked in human flesh, to be able to ascend, which basically means changing our original density back to our true inheritance of light beings. And in a way, we're not a federation of light, we are light beings, when you really get down to what we are in creation.
All right, let's get to hour number 2, or question number 2 here. Sovereign is asking, what can we do or say to claim our sovereignty and not be subject to torment from the fallen angels?
Good question. Hold on a moment. I need to find out how she wants to hear it. She's an interesting person, the way she sees reality. The best way I could describe it to her is like I had to. The more negative energy you remove from yourself, through whether it be through meditation, prayer, whatever, and bringing in your higher self, because that which you remove, you always should replace with something of higher value. The highest thing that you can do is bring in your higher self. This is what I do on a daily basis. So my negative thoughts, be careful what you think, because they can manifest. Get rid of negative thoughts, get rid of negative energy, because that's what they feed on. This is what I'm saying. To be truly sovereign, you need to be aware of what you are almost 24/7, even in your sleep, and know about your dreams. So when I go to sleep, I ask the question, what can I learn tonight? And let me remember the answer before I wake up in the morning, or this is what I want to learn. And this is how I claim my sovereignty, because I had to learn to distinguish, and this is why it's a very good question. When was a fallen angel teaching me what they believe is their light compared to an archangel like Michael or Raphael explaining to their light to me? And here's what it comes down to. The choices you make and your freedom of will. This is what separated basically the fallen angels from the archangels. In a nutshell, archangels that were fallen had their own desire of how they should interact with the human race. And the archangels believed that we were sovereign and we should be left to be in our own development of self-discovery of what and who we truly were, like they were. It goes into biblical and all like this other stuff, but basically a fallen angel anytime that it says to harm another person or to wish ill upon someone else, in my opinion, it's not the light you wish to truly be in. If your purpose is to truly serve the human race for a higher consciousness of connection with each other. We can't live in fear of each other if we still believe we're going to bring harm to each other. Does that make sense? So
Yes.
once you declaim your sovereignty and say, I will not, and this is where the extraterrestrials would try to force me or teach me or see what I would do in certain situations as far as killing something, even if it was an ant, okay? Death is death. And when you can claim, I will not do this, not within God's name, but within my name, of this is not what I am as a sovereign being, then you start having true power. It doesn't mean that an extraterrestrial or a fallen angel or even an archangel cannot take over your mind through mental telepathy or by changing the wavelengths or anything else, because even humans can do that to each other. But it means that in your true spirit, they cannot break your will to do their will for them. That's how I've been starting to claim my sovereignty. And I do not have fear of fallen angels because their vibration and their frequency do not become in harmony to mine. And one of the greatest gifts I learned from Archangel Michael was you can talk to the devil as long as you don't debate him. If you start a debate, you're going to get yourself in trouble. If you ask questions like a critical minded thinker and then just leave it at that, you respect each other's opinions, but you don't debate the validity of who's actually correct. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. All right, let's move on to another question here. John is asking, as we get about 90 seconds to go here before we go to break, if Satan was an angel, why the difference in appearance? Doesn't he look like the others?
In my opinion, if you want to call him Lucifer or Satan or whatever, he does look like the others. Okay. But if you saw this beautiful being, are you really going to be afraid of them? No, it's enticing. But if something is horrific or scary to the mind, you're going to reject it. I think this is man's interpretation of how they could determine in pictures the difference between right and wrong. So to me, when I've talked to Jesus before, when someone committed suicide and we talked about them passing, the only time I ever remember dealing with Satan is when I was young and I didn't understand a lot about high school or friends or anything. And so in my own way, I thought God abandoned me. So I went looking for the answers in other ways. And I'll tell you this much. Satan is a true soul taker because he is so smooth in his talk of telling you what you want to hear that he can blind you with false love. And literally, it's like taking your soul.
And on that note, I'm going to get you to hold on right there because we are going to go to break here at the bottom of the hour. We have our guest, Jerry Yusko, for another 30 minutes on Spaced Out Radio. We'll continue with your questions, learning about aliens, angels, auras, so much more. Spaced Out Radio continues right after this. Stay tuned.
Are we off the radio for a moment?
Yep.
I'm going to finish up really quick. All I'm going to say is it's easier to be persuaded by someone who looks like you than someone who looks hideous.
True.
So that's all I was going to finish off with that statement.
Perfect.
By the way, I actually have a true story. Me and a friend, we were at a restaurant. She was told that we had to leave, and we left, and we went up to this place where we're going to have a class for these students. And the reason why we had to leave, they said they're coming to get you. They want you to go with them. And true story, we saw a ship. One was a praying mantis ship because it was gold. And these beings showed up in etheric beings, and she could see them. I could feel them, but I couldn't see them. And I said, okay, since I can't see them, if this is really true, if you really want me to go with you, then present yourself. And believe it or not, no more than about 5 seconds after I said that, a saucer came flying by about maybe 300 feet over our head, clear enough so you could see it in broad daylight. And it was probably would have been about a good 45-second of film or more. We were videoing. But that means, and I've seen this one before, but they really are out there. I mean, I've really had true contact with different beings. And I know the reason why they came to get me. I don't know if anyone ever told you a story like this, but do you know anything about black holes?
Not much, but I know what they are.
Okay. Did you know that we have discovered that in black holes, they actually do have their own consciousness of life? The universe itself is consciousness of itself, but black holes do too. And they also do teleportation to other galaxies. And what we wanted to do was we wanted to have a little small piece of black hole so we could build like a little Stargate to jump from galaxies to galaxies. So it wouldn't take us forever to go across the universe. Now, you know what we found out? We found out that you can't really send anything into a black hole that's massive, but there is one thing you can send into a black hole and get a response. You know what that is?
What's that?
Thought. Thought can go in and out of a black hole. Pretty cool,
Very
huh?
intriguing. That is very intriguing, yeah.
You know why?
No clue.
What is thought? It's God. It's part of the universe. God talks to his own self. What we did is we made a ring around the black hole. I think we had, it was over 1 million ships with little tiny ships in. And we set up a device, and we collectively took our thoughts, connected them together to send one thought into the black hole to talk to them. I remember being there. It was really cool. But I thought that was really interesting because what they wanted me for, I was a scientist in Atlantis. I remember my past lives really well. And what I was going to do was help build the arc that went around the small miniature black hole so we could send ships through it. Because we would have their permission to help guide us through.
I've heard of that before.
Yeah, well, then
oh, where'd he go? Where'd he go? Where'd who go? So hit a button on his end. Must have hit a button on his end. Old Davy didn't hit a button. I have no idea where he went. He just dropped off my screen. I hope he comes back. We got like 40 seconds here. I hope his computer didn't reboot on him or something like that. He got sucked into a black hole. That's right, Scabby. Big thank you tonight to Pam H, Uncle Bones, Carlito, Derek ×2, Pam S, and Kira for this amazing super chats. Oh, hold on. We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor. Hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the news wire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. Yeah, weird question coming out of the chat room tonight. Throckmorton saying Paul Hynek is funnier than Dave Scott. No, he isn't. Paul Hynek, the son of J. Allen Hynek, good friend of this show. But Paul's not funny. There's not a funny bone in his body. He tries. He's getting an A for effort. But he's like Whoopi Goldberg, not funny. Roseanne Barr, not funny. Bob Saget, not funny. Ray Romano, not funny. Pauly Shore, not funny. And the list goes on and on. But we love him around here. Final time tonight, we introduce our guest, Jerry Yusko. And Jerry, thank you so much for joining us. We very much appreciate having you here. We're going to continue with some audience questions here, if you don't mind, my friend. And we're going to start off with Derek, who is asking, are angels related to the jinn?
In my opinion, no. I have a really good friend that would probably know more about angels than I do. But from my experience, I've dealt with people that actually had jinns attack them and stuff. And jinns can be evil, but I've also found out they can be rational. So I've got rid of jinns around people before. It's not the same thing as doing an exorcist. I'm not sure the reason why, because I haven't had a lot of dealings with jinns, but they are not, in my opinion, as far as energy goes, okay? The same thing as an angelic energy or even a fallen angel's energy. And you can feel vibration, frequency, and energy from different beings or different creations, I should say. And one other thing I just wanted to say, for the last question, not this one, but the one before that, it's easier to be persuaded by someone who looks beautiful than it is sometimes by someone who looks hideous. Okay, so that was for that last question about the angel. Even if that didn't make sense.
Right. All right, let's continue on with another audience question here. Let's go to Rocket 9. What about the Kundalini awakening? How does this work?
Very tricky. It's supposed to be energy that raises from the root chakra and goes all the way up to the crown, and it opens up your spiritual divinity connection. It can give you a feeling of ecstasy as long as it doesn't get stuck. And I have actually seen people with inside their chakras where the snake is going up, and it will stop like in either their shoulder plexus or it'll stop in their heart, maybe their throat, and they don't carry the energy all the way, and then it can cause problems. And this is why I do chakra clearings, and I read chakras and tell people what's basically in each one and how they're connected. So Kundalini, here again, the origin, I honestly do not know, but I know that the energy is really strong and powerful. If you really want to, if you have a loved one and you trust them, one of the things I used to do in my class was have people sit back to back and then hold energy for each other and recite that they love each other. Now, this is really dangerous and you need someone who knows what they're doing, but have your spouse and you have your Kundalini interlock between each other as it goes up. If you do it, it's like an amazing experience. If it gets stuck, have to know how to get people out of it. You have to know how to reverse the process. But if you deal with Kundalini energy, it can be magnificent. Just please know what you're doing. So,
all right.
Thank you for the question.
At what point does spirituality coexist with consciousness and ET contact?
I can only give it from my own perspective. Because I think that's at a personal beginning, because I know a lot of people that are metaphysical and they never wanted to do anything with extraterrestrial beings, although they would deal with angelic beings. And then I know some people that are angelic, but they don't necessarily have the same reverence for masters are angelic beings. So for me, when mine first came about was when I had personal experience. So if you ever had a miracle in your life, if you ever had where you were trying to create something or you needed an answer and it came to you, where you can actually hear an outside voice, like mental telepathy or an actual voice in your ear, that to me is when you're dealing with an angel. Now, there is a difference. For most angels, they talk so loud you hear sometimes a ringing in your ear, not tendonitis, but an actual vibration of sound. And I found out that if you want to find out if it's them, ask them if it's angelic, please slow it down. Let me be able to hear the voice. Okay? Or interpret what you're saying so I understand it. And most extraterrestrials are mental telepathy. And here again, this comes into one's own belief of, do you truly believe what you're hearing? Do you believe it's beyond your own internal senses? Because here again, people can have experiences, deny them, or they'll have a screen memory from extraterrestrials, or they'll have doubt, or they use some form of rationality to believe what they're not doing, or what happened to them is not real, I should say. So here again, the question is great. But from my experience, it's been from a lifetime living it. Like I said, when I was young, I had no clue that it was the Greys. Although I would see them in my room, I would scream to my parents and they'd rush in and say, "What's happening?" And they're saying, "You're having a nightmare." They would rational. I say, "No, I see beings actually standing here. I could describe them, everything." Okay. So I was a child that would sleep with the blankets over the head, figuring, hey, if I can't see them, they can't see me. I wish it was that simple, but it's not. I've actually hid from military graves before. My father was in the service, and here again, because of my spiritual aspect, I was followed by certain groups of graves before. A lot of military grace too. I've even worked with the military on a few projects in the astral projection state. This is what I say, knowing who you are and remembering. Okay. I worked on a hologram program. Remember how they have holograms now?
Yeah.
I worked on that project, in my opinion, in an astral projection state with the military. I remember I was going to leave my house and go somewhere, and next thing I knew, I was falling asleep on the couch, woke up, saw a general in a light brown uniform, maybe tan, and I was in the bunker in the desert, and we went down, and it's really funny because it's like the military have their units in one aspect, and then you go through this little room corridor or whatever, and then the Greys are almost completely separate. So it's like they work together, but they work independently of cooperation with each other. And so,
do the Greys work for different alien species, kind of like contract workers?
yeah, I would say so. They claim, and I've actually had experience with them, that the praying mantis are the hierarchy of the insectoids, and I actually believe that. In fact, this brings me to a story whereby a friend, true story. I was with a friend at a restaurant, and I hope you have her on your program one day. But we were sitting there, and she said, "Hey, we have to go. They want to come and get you. They want to take you." And I said, "Okay." So we went to the place where we're supposed to be going to. We spotted a praying mantis ship. We took a picture of it, but it's so far away, and they're normally gold, so you can see the gold in it. And during that time, she would see different extraterrestrials come to take me, okay? And they didn't ask if she wanted to go. She didn't want to go. And I have a purpose and a reason for being here, so I didn't want to go either. But I said, if this is really true, then prove it. And believe it or not, less than 5 seconds after that, a ship actually flew over our head, about 300 feet, close enough to get photographs, close enough to take video of it. But the problem was, we weren't in that mindset, because I've seen ships before, but they're way up in the air. When you see something fly about maybe 300 feet above your head or less, it's like a revelation moment, because it's true. And I know the reason why they came to get me and stuff, but there's a great purpose happening for mankind right now, for the whole entire race, not just mankind, the human race. We're going through a transition. Almost anyone that you talk to in one field or another will tell you this, because it's true. But what is it? And I hopefully find out from at least my experience, we all know the problems of what's happening. And the truth will come when we start resolving the problems within us to fix all the problems that are happening. And
Right.
just think about this. If you could truly read people's minds, okay? Do you think that we'd have the politicians that we have right now?
Oh, no, because they would have to be accountable.
Exactly. Starting to change the whole perception of the human race at that point. Just like our star family, they went through the same thing that we went through. Some of them went through the verge of nuclear annihilation or destroying each other through biological weaponry and everything else. But when they started to use their mind, like I was saying earlier, when they started healing and realizing the value of life instead of the destruction of it, their whole demeanor of what they are in their spiritual concept changed. And this is one thing I want you to understand, and I hope everyone understands that's listening to this. What it means to be sovereign is to really truly realize that no matter what is in creation, whether it be a master or any other form of extraterrestrial or angel or anything else, we're all equal to each other at the end of the day. It's just understanding our physical forms in different. I'm getting lost in my thoughts. Sorry, but we're all equal at the end of the day. The only thing that separates us is physical form of existence. But once we bring in our inherent value of what we are spiritually, the human race, in my opinion, is the best race that was ever created. Even if you're a light being, it doesn't matter. We have the ability to have so many different emotions at one time. We have dreams. We have all kinds of things. So at the end of the day, the greatest gift that God ever gave us, or creation, is the fact that we're human and we have humanity.
True that.
and that we are equal to everything else in the universe.
Question coming from Derek. Why are the ETs here for our gold?
I thought they were here for a lot more than just our gold. Okay. Our water, our resources. And to be honest with you, I don't know if they're really here for our gold when you really understand that the asteroid belt has tons of it. If anything, gold is a form of money and trade. So I don't really know the answer to that one, because if you can travel throughout the universe and you know the resources that are out there, do you really need mineral rights to another planet? It goes way beyond that. It goes into control and power.
All right. Do you think then that they are here for other natural resources to either refuel their craft? Because, there have been reports of ETs, hovering over volcanoes or hovering near the sun or any power lines that we have here on Earth.
It's a give and take on that one. I don't talk to all of them. I know that, let's say, praying mantis ship, okay, that's made out of gold. It does not need our resources because the way that it inherently has built its own power supply. Okay, it's different than radioactivity or anything else. Hydrogen, they'd rather go to the moon and get hydrogen 03 or something, Here again, you're getting into a question that is political and not really philosophical. So I don't get into the political aspects, but if anything, I think that they help our planets more than you can imagine. Like when Chernobyl went up, they were flying around, but they're helping cleaning up the toxic energy that was being produced. Same thing when Japan had the Milton reactors, even though they're not all down yet and stuff. I hate to say this, but humanity has a unique way of almost destroying its own existence. It doesn't need help from extraterrestrials. And if anything, I think they're more here to, when you really learn how to elevate your mind, they're great teachers.
Yes.
I truly believe that life really begins for the human race as far as experiencing what we are as a species and what it means to be spiritual when we start exploring space. Do you know how much different it would be if we were on Mars? If we were exploring the universe like in the Star Trek generation? Do you really think that we would have to have the political squabbles that we do now?
No, I don't think we would.
We wouldn't. The real question is why aren't they presenting themselves to the whole world instead of just to certain governments or certain individuals at this time?
Well, I think they are. Just a lot of governments are keeping it quiet.
And this comes back to when the general public, because I have friends that would fear them, okay? So I understand why they'd want to keep it quiet. But if we could teach each other how not to have fear over that which we don't understand, and that's why the government has tried to bring it out slowly that, they do basically exist to one degree or another because there's aerial phenomena that we don't understand. I truly hope and believe that we'll have worldwide contact before the year 2050, maybe 2035 if we're evolved enough. But do you understand that at present moment, with our religions and our beliefs being in a strong culture mindset, the fact that our whole belief system could change overnight if extraterrestrials really did show up, and depending on which ones did show up,
Mm-hmm.
there's a big difference if reptilians showed up compared to, let's say, the Palladians. Palladians are a lot better to look at and really beautiful for the most part compared to some of the demonic reptilians that could show up that want to dominate the world. Which leads me to a very important thing. I know that in the UN, they're supposed to have a supposed representative for alien contact if it happens. If you're smart and you're truly sovereign, be a good lawyer and represent yourself. Don't let our government represent you as a collective unity of their mindset, because it could really mess you up.
All right, we got a couple more questions here. Let's go to Mac Geek. What are some things you would recommend for the average person to raise their consciousness?
Well, they say meditation, and I do meditation, but the real thing, ask questions to the universe and truly get an answer back from it. I do most of my meditation at night. So I'll write down a question. This is what I want answered. This is what I want to learn while I sleep. And then if I don't have that answer before I wake up, I will re-ask the question, go back to sleep for about 10 minutes, and I'll have the answer when I wake up. That's one way of raising your consciousness. The other is you can learn from other people if you can find true good teachers and true masters, and they really are needed at this point. Do you know the difference between a master and a teacher, by the way?
No.
A teacher still asks questions, and a master knows the truth of the question.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Yeah, I get what you're saying there. Let's go to Emmy. We're just getting ready to run out of time here. We're going to just over 90 seconds to go. Emmy is asking, do you have any thoughts on depression and what causes it?
Yeah. I've actually worked with people that had that. And I would need to speak to them, but it has to do with the chemistry of your brain. It has to do where your thoughts are, the stress you're under, and how your self-esteem works with you, or who is influencing you externally to cause depression upon you. Because sometimes depression is not caused inwards, it's actually caused by other people putting their burdens upon you and stuff, and you just can't handle it. Mostly people come down to sometimes is financial burden can cause depression, but I find out it's more purpose driven sometimes. What am I, the old saying, what am I here for? What is my purpose? And, what am I supposed to do? But those are easy questions to answer for some reason. But I'd have to talk to her. So if she wants to email me and we can get together, I'll give her a quick scan and see if I can see if she's talking about herself, because I'm not going to do it now, or someone else.
All right. We got 30 seconds to go, Jerry, and I want to say thank you for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. Let everybody know where they can find your information.
I don't really have a website right at the moment, but you can email me at soulspiritessence@gmail.com. Or you can email me at oneintooneness@gmail.com. Or jfox1at@gmail.com. I have 3 different email addresses you can contact me at.
Perfect. Jerry Yusko, thank you so much for coming on Spaced Out Radio tonight. Coming up next, we're going to head to the swamp, then Super Duke, then Dave 101, and the news, a jam-packed third hour of Spaced Out Radio next. Good job, Jerry.
Wow, I felt like I didn't answer some of the questions correctly because my brain thought faster than I could speak.
It happens. It happens, my man.
Yeah,
You know,
I'm not used to really being interviewed.
Well, you did great. Thank you so much for coming on the show, my man.
No, thank you. I don't know if you would ever want to have me back, but I really enjoy this now that I know more or less, and I could, yeah, I'll actually be prepared and mentally, flying by the seat of your pants. Um, there's just so much happening in my brain, and some questions I knew, and I didn't answer them correctly. It felt like, but I tried to do the best I could.
You did great. Thank you. You have
No,
a good
thank
night.
you.
Okay.
One other question: is this podcast? I mean, can you find this on your station? Like, is this
Yeah.
recorded or not recorded?
Yeah. It'll go right after we're done. It'll go to our podcast sections as well. So Spotify, iTunes, you name it, it'll be there.
Yeah, and if you ever need any people, I do know a couple of people that would be
Cool.
really interested in your
Cool.
show.
Love to
Okay.
hear from you. Yep. Let our booking team know.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure talking with you, and I'm going to go get a ticket.
Yeah, go get your tickets for Vegas, and we'll see you there.
All right. Thank you. Bye bye.
Take care. Jerry Yusko, everybody. What a great guy. Great guy. We'll see him in Vegas, apparently. That's awesome. I'll be right back. right. We is back. We is back. Random Gee. What's happening? All right. We got about 30 seconds left. Thank you to Pam H., Uncle Bones, Carlito, Derek ×2, Pam S., Kira, and Deb for the amazing super chats tonight. Very much appreciate love and support, man. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis. And of course, you can get your shirts, jackets, hoodies, whatever. SpacedOutRadio.com store. We got great swag there. You got to check it on out. I like it. You should like it too. And here we go with hour number 3, everybody.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. Good to have you with us. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Hello to everyone listening in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on Odyssey Radio, TalkStream Live, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Join us at youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Iatroliptic. Iatroliptic is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is time once again to head to the swamp. Our resident swamp dweller takes us on another spooky journey.
Hi, Spaced Out Radio listeners. This is Swamp Dweller. It's time for your nightly dose of spookiness on the show. If you have an interesting encounter or a spooky story that you would like to share, be sure to submit them in at swampdweller.net. You can also find our YouTube channel at youtube.com/swampdwellerreads. Now, let's chill out, relax, and together, let's enter the swamp. I've been a park ranger for over 15 years. And I've seen some pretty strange things in my time. But nothing could have prepared me for what I saw that night in the state park. It was late, and I was making my rounds, checking the various campsites and hiking trails. That's when I stumbled upon the remains of a dead bear. It looked like it had been mauled by something much bigger and more powerful. I took a few pictures to document the scene and send it to the higher-ups for investigation. The last thing we needed was a giant cannibal bear around. As I was about to leave the area, something caught my eye. A shadowy figure, moving in the trees nearby, just out of my line of sight. I figured it had to be some deer or something like that, so I approached slowly, trying not to startle it. But as I got closer, I realized this indeed was no deer. It was something much more grotesque. It had the body of a man, but the face of a bear. Its eyes glowed a bright red, and its teeth were long and sharp. It was covered in thick, matted fur and smelled like death. I froze in terror as the creature began to growl and snarl. I knew I had to leave, but my legs just wouldn't carry me away. It was like they were rooted to that spot. That's when the creature charged at me. I tried to run, but it was far too fast. It tackled me to the ground, and I felt its hot breath on my face. I thought I was going to die right then and there, but as fast as it had attacked me, it ran into the woods, leaving me shaken and scared. I don't know why. As I tried to collect myself and the radio for backup, I couldn't help but feel like something was watching me. Like this thing wasn't actually gone, you know? The feeling of being followed just never left me, even as I drove away from that state park. I tried to shake it off as just my nerves, but something about the encounter with that creature had left a deep mark on me. Over the next few days, I dug into the park's history to find any records of strange sightings or reports of animals acting oddly. That's when I stumbled upon an old newspaper article from the mid-1950s. It talked about a group of loggers who had gone missing in the woods, never to be seen again. The article described how some loggers had reported seeing some strange creatures with a man's body and a bear's face in the woods before disappearing. I couldn't believe what I was reading. Was it possible that the creature I had encountered was the same thing that had been reported all those years ago? Or maybe it was just one of his children or something. I knew I had to investigate further to figure this out. So I did return to that area where I had seen the creature, armed with a camera and a flashlight. I searched the woods for hours to find evidence of its existence. That's when I stumbled upon a cave. It was hidden behind a large boulder. I would have missed it if I hadn't paid more attention. I cautiously approached the cave, shining my flashlight inside. What I saw made my blood run cold. The cave was littered with bones, some of them clearly human. The air was thick with the stench of death, and I could hear something breathing deep within the darkness. I knew I had to get out of there before this thing would get me and not spare me like it did before. As I turned to leave, I swear I just had this feeling of being watched all over again. As I began to turn to leave, something grabbed my ankle. I fell to the ground and my flashlight flew out of my hand. I could feel something trying to pull me back into the cave, dragging me towards the darkness. I fought with all my strength, kicking and screaming, and eventually I was able to break free and run from the cave. The only thing I lost in that process was one of my hiking boots. I stumbled into the daylight, gasping for air. I never turned back, I never looked back, and I never even went back to that state park. I quit right then and there on the spot, and I left. And I forever will feel this deep dread. I was just lucky enough to make it out alive. Twice. To this day, I still wonder what that creature is, whether it's still out there in the woods waiting for its next victim, and where it even came from.
All right. That's why we love the Swamp Dweller around here, spooking us out in the third hour every Monday through Friday night here on Spaced Out Radio. You want more stories like that? What you got to do is you have to go to his YouTube channel, hit subscribe, go to youtube.com/Swamp Dweller Reads, and it's all right there for you for free. From the swamp to the mountains of Montana, where we bring in Super Duke for World Bigfoot Radio and the Cryptid Report. Super Duke, the Cryptid Report with Super Duke. There he is, Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio, hanging on out with us tonight. How you doing, Big Bad Duke? Good to have you here, my man. Get you to unmute your microphone first, because that usually helps.
Sorry about that, making noise in the background. Did Swamp Dweller mention where that story came in from?
No, he
Because if it's in Scandinavia, he found the Cave of the Vendels, and if it's over here somewhere, you got Gugwees.
Damn Gugwees, always getting in the way. Get out of my cave, you damn Gugwees.
Yeah, they're dirty. They'll leave all their bones lying all over the place. They don't care. Lower, more predatory life forms. So, yeah, we had so much fun going through all of these military encounters over here in North America, so we're going to have to cover some elsewhere here tonight. But first, I want to give everybody a heads up. Thanks for all the support and all the views, and everybody apparently just loves the heck out of the last show that I did. And you're all in luck, because part 2 this Sunday, and we are going to show more track pictures than have ever been shown on any single episode of anything ever, because it's just got that many piled up from all the years he's been getting them. And just for a teaser, up on my YouTube community tab, I just put a picture of one of the biggest tracks they've ever found on there, which is absolutely enormous. There's human foot next to it for scale, so feel free to go scare yourself looking at that. But that's a little teaser for this upcoming Sunday's show. And I heard Dave's got some good news. Now he's going to be at the Nebraska Bigfoot Conference.
I am. Robin McCrae asked me earlier today if I would be interested in doing that. And of course I'm going to say yes. I have yet, out of all the conferences I've spoken at, I have yet to speak at a Bigfoot conference. And I'll be honest with you, I'm a little nervous. Even though it's a year away, it is totally a year away. Okay, I am absolutely really looking forward to speaking at this one. You know, I have so much I want to get off my mind. I do. You know, never mind my own experiences. As many of you know, I've come in contact with a few of them. I've seen 3 of them, chased out of the forest by 2 of them with Merle from Paranormal Road Trippers and our good buddy Little Marky Spender. But it gives me an opportunity to kind of lay down the law a little bit. Seriously. So what am I going to bring up? Well, I'm going to bring up the fact that we got to eliminate the word squatch right off the bat. You want us to take you seriously? Lose the squatch. It's a sucky term. It really is. It really is. And number 2, there's too many preconceived notions about what people think this is. Deb saying, technically, you shouldn't be allowed to speak at a Bigfoot conference. Why not? Why not? I totally want to. Oh, maybe she's talking about people who squatch. Yeah, I agree. I agree on that end. You know, so the next thing I want to talk about up there when I'm there is just a friendly reminder to people that we don't know really what this creature is. So stop having preconceived notions. It doesn't do anybody any good. It really doesn't. Why doesn't it do anybody any good? Well, because when you are convinced it's a monkey or a great ape of North America, or whether you think, like I do, that it's interdimensional or a shapeshifter or something along those lines, you really, really have to keep your brain open. You really do. You really have to keep your brain open to the fact that, you know, we don't know what this creature is. We don't. So I'm going to speak about all of that there in Nebraska next year. Super Duke will be there this year, though. He will.
I got this
Super
damn
Duke,
thing working again.
We hear you, Super Duke. Can you hear us?
Oh, yeah. I got this infernal electronic hell box working again here. Quick, let's get to some rock ape encounters before it decides to break again.
Sure.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Dave being there next year. Hopefully I can make it for that one. In addition to Dave, the amazing Blaine Tyler will be speaking there. Sabila Irwin from Sketching Encounters will be there. And Robert Kreider, the real-life Indiana Jones that Dave hasn't had on his show yet, hint, hint, will also be there. He's going to be back on my show here shortly. So you guys definitely want to go check that out next year. It's going to be amazing. And speaking of Blaine Tyler, he's going to be actually speaking at this year's because somebody canceled. So, cool. Anyway, back to Vietnam and military encounters. The rock apes, Powell's apes, and the Ngoi Urung of Quang Tri,Tua Tien, and Quang Nam provinces, Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The content for this chapter was originally to be about sightings reported in and around military installations in North America, which we just covered, but I was reminded there are other life forms believed to be similar to the North American Sasquatch elsewhere in the world, also reported by U.S. soldiers, in this case veterans of the Vietnam conflict. In keeping with the military flavor of this chapter and references to air-covered homins, I am including the pertinent American GI testimonies of that war that were kept by various collectors, including letters I received. American soldiers used nicknames like rock apes during the 60s and 70s Vietnam conflict, which described an unknown to them creature, about 1 meter to 1.5 meters tall, So meter, 3.28 feet, resembling a hair-covered entity thought to be an ape, with the exception it was larger than an ape, less hairy, tailless, and to their great surprise, they walked upright. It did so in an unexpected normal human way, yet they looked like walking orangutans minus the bulbous gut. The hair was described as black or reddish-orange. Initially, I found an old newspaper entry that led to my interest in what our American military personnel were observing in the jungles of Vietnam. The article was published in the Army Reporter, 27 April 1970. Powell's Ape, headline, Ape Story, Lingers, Cam Ranh Bay, Vietnam. With binoculars and sonar, people probe Loch Ness for its monster. Expeditions search the Himalayas for the abominable snowman. And the guards at the depot here keep a watch out for Powell's Ape. It has been nearly 3 years since the monster was almost seen by a bleary-eyed guard. Detecting movement on the perimeter, the guard fired and the beast fled. When morning came, the area was examined and a footprint and trail of blood were found. The footprint was neither human nor ape. A picture was taken of the track, but no one could decide who or what had made it. It wasn't long before Captain Powell, then a depot company commander, found his name associated with this monster. All that remains now is a small photograph of the ammunition area on the ammunition area's orderly room wall. Perhaps the legend of Powell's Ape is all there ever was, but the guard at the ammunition area here still has something to think about besides Charlie. In an alternate military unit, a former GI posted an alert to one of the early Nam boards using the term Powell's Ape after one of the creatures wandered into a restricted zone during the middle of the night. It read, quote, all hell broke loose when the dark figure continued to advance into the far end of the restricted zone. It was fired upon. Powell is the name of the platoon leader. When daylight came, we realized we had blown the living bleep out of a large 7-foot ape. It was a male with the face of a wild man, and not much else left of it to describe the stinking thing. We poured fuel over the remains and set it afire. Battle at Khe Sanh. Khe Sanh is the district capital of Hoang Hoa District, Quang Tri Province, Vietnam. It's located 63 kilometers west of Dong Ha. The horrendous battle at Khe Sanh occurred between January and July 1968. It's believed today that the rock apes of that era still inhabit the caves at Khe Sanh and its underground tunnels, referred to by enlisted men as rat holes. Few people are willing to enter them, least of all any source of mine. Field archaeologist, biologist, Dr. Joe Watanabe, Asian expert on ancient peoples of the world, interviewed a Burmese zoologist who found fresh tracks at the entrance to one of the Khe Sanh caves in 1994. The track size was intimidating to the extent that nobody was willing to enter the darkness of the cave. Upon seeing the plaster cast of the track, Watanabe, ever quick of wit, declared walking into a dark cave was not wise without an M2 flamethrower. The early U.S. Army model of the portable M2 flamethrower was carried on the soldier's backpack and sprayed napalm in an intense flame of fire towards enemies and rat holes. In this case, it was used to hunt and flush out Powell's mystery monster, and Charlie, thus the soldier's cry, I love the smell of napalm in the morning. The Laotian Vietnamese wild man isn't easily stopped by conventional firepower. They were stopped immediately with fire, mainly because they're haired, much like North American Sasquatch. Watanabe said of the rock ape or wild man, they are strange-looking. Some are smart, others are mute or dumb by some degree of mental deficiency. They have olive-skinned faces with a distorted Asian expression, and they clearly understand fire and the dangers it represents to a man covered in long hair. The GIs testified that when they opened fire on a few of the rock apes, not much was left. The American GIs called them rock apes or bloody hell apes, while others called them Powell's apes. The indigenous people call them Ngoi Rung. It's pronounced Nui Run. It translates forest man, jungle man. The term Powell's ape is GI jargon for rock ape. Powell was the name of the platoon leader who took command when his men encountered a troop of these things that were observed marching single file up a game trail. Yes, marching bipedally, single file, up a trail near Khe Sanh. The Vietnamese hairy men were, according to Joe Watanabe, also known to our U.S. Marines during the siege at Khe Sanh. Perimeter sensors around military outposts were often activated by an occasional elephant, a tiger, or even the hairy rock apes that launched whatever they could throw, mostly rocks, and they were pretty accurate too. Sergeant Thomas M. Jacobs, Vietnam War veteran, was surprised when a band of rock apes threw rocks at his platoon. He was aware of the stories about them and became quite wary of the creatures after one of the rock apes tossed a Marine off a rock pile. The creatures were dark in color, stocky, and quite muscular. The creature would burst out of the jungles early in the morning and rail at the men, yell, scream, and shake their fist at the soldiers. Jacobs said in a recorded interview for the Discovery Channel that the creatures expressed human-like behavior and took great exception to the soldiers' presence in the jungle in their area. In the same video, Professor Volquet confirmed that there were wild men living in the jungles of Laos, Cambodia, and Vietnam, and they were very aggressive. They walked upright like man were not quadrupedal. There was another story similar in nature to the capture of a wild man that happened in neighboring Laos. A helicopter came up from the military base to the high mountains bringing something strange. Professor Coy called it a large monkey, but it was much too large to be a monkey at approximately 5.5 feet tall. Continuing on, the professor said the creature was flown there to Da Nang. These particular accounts match stories in the press about large primates interfering with military operations in the jungles in November of 1966. And Quezon, U.S. Combat Days, Vietnam, 68. Division Intelligence Representative Major Robert B. Coolidge and Regimental Intelligence Officer Major Jerry Hudson recognized the key to detecting source targets came by watching the progression of movement. Excuse me. That thing jumped way down.
2 minutes.
Detection of movement from one sensor to another sensor, definite patterns could be observed. For 1st Company Battalion, 26 Marines, the road to Quezon was riddled with caves. They were inhabited by, quote, maniac hair-covered rock apes, unquote, and the NVA, the North Vietnamese Army. Regular troops trained and equipped like soldiers by the North Vietnamese, VC or Viet Cong, guerrillas or locals that fought with the NVA. It's really late, and I've been guarding the line all night. Biup has some pretty bad dysentery, so I've been letting him go get some extra sleep. He did the same for me a few nights ago when I had a terrible headache. Anyway, I decided I'd write a few paragraphs just to try and stay awake, and I won't be able to read any of this later since it's so dark. I don't have enough water to make coffee, he says. I have to find another way to stay alert. He says, we had some noise out of the wire before. Another probe, I guess, unless it was rock apes. There are a lot of them in the jungle around here. One of them actually came right through the perimeter once. It scared the guy who saw it so much that the kid almost passed out before firing a whole magazine at him. People laughed pretty hard about it the next day because even with all these bullets at short range, he missed. No dead rock ape in front of the position. If the guy in the next hole hadn't seen the whole thing, I would have figured the kid was making it all up. But I would be pretty much scared, too, if some huge furry thing on 2 legs decided to lurch right up to me in the middle of the night. Sergeant Kurt Bowley, Company D.
Great stories, man. You know, these military stories, I mean, you don't think they exist with this creature, yet here they are, you know, from all over the world. The Vietnam ones seem to be becoming a lot more popular recently.
Well, for a long time, there was no recognition to speak of that those things even happened. There was only like 2 or 3 people that came forward and mentioned it. And the longer it's been since the war, the more people, you know, they're getting to that age where they're not going to be alive much longer, and they want to tell this weird story about what happened before they die, sort of thing. And so a lot more of it is starting to come out right now. Anyway, that's what I think is going on with it. But, you know, again, keeping in mind, these were probably submitted like 15 years ago, and I'd be willing to bet there's like quite a few more now that have come out since then where they've talked about this. I've gotten some more info recently from there's actual researchers over in Vietnam doing research on this, and they've had some decent funding and some interesting finds.
Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio, thank you so much for joining us. Coming up next, it's time to get off my lawn. Dave 101 night. UFOs, back in the news. Here we go. What happened to your computer there?
Shut itself off. I don't know.
Really?
I've been having problems with all my electronics. My phone isn't even working properly today. So, anyway, Glad to hear your good news. You're going to be at the NBC. So, what is Nebraska? Nebraska is a giant cornfield that declared itself a state. That's Nebraska.
Hold on. USA map. I honestly don't even know where Nebraska is.
Just to the east of Wyoming.
Oh hell yeah, that does me really well. Hold on here. Oh,
I know where all the provinces up there in Canada are. What's wrong with you? Go look at a map.
I am looking at a map. Oh, there it is. All right.
Yeah, it's the Great Plains. There's a whole lot of nothing there.
That's actually kind of cool.
Flat.
I thought it was more down southeast by Arkansas. Yes, I know it's Arkansas. I like calling it Arkansas.
Oh, yeah, somebody else changed the pronunciation of it. They were originally peeved that they weren't part of Kansas, so they made their own Kansas, Arkansas, and then somebody started mispronouncing it Arkansas. Just kidding. Arkansas, don't be mad at me. Take it easy. Take a chill pill. Arkansas. Land of the Razorbacks and Boogers. Plenty of Bigfoot down there. So anyway, yeah. Giant Bigfoot track weekend. Woohoo.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. Where is it in Nebraska?
Hastings. It's sort of east central part of the state. Believe it or not, the riverways they've got there with the big major rivers running down them, those are all riparian forest, and there's plenty of Bigfoot around those things. But most of the state isn't that. It all used to be buffalo grass, and now it's all cornfields. So
looks like complete fields.
Yeah, it's pretty much flat. I got excited on the way back because I was looking out one side of the car, and there was like a big farmer's field, and then way down at the end of it, there was a tree line because there must have been a river down there. And, these are hardwoods. We're far enough south that it's hardwoods. And I'm looking at them and I'm going, there's a giant X. There's a huge teepee. Damn it. It's on the other side of a farmer's fence. I can't just go running on a private property. But man, was I tempted. I really wanted to stop there for a few minutes.
I don't blame you.
Road Bigfoot, and that is after you get used to doing that. You're watching the wood line all the time going, there's a huge X over there. Take the next exit. We got to go back and check it out.
Hey, Major League, how you doing? Super Duke.
No, I've actually found stuff doing that. Now, when I had Keith Crabtree up here, he's not very mobile, so we just drove around the valley on all the little access roads to look for tracks, and we found a bunch of them. Just driving up and down the road, looking at the embankments on both sides, and you see tracks going across them. So he was really getting tickled having that, I don't even have to go walk around to find tracks. This place is awesome. Anyway, I'll let you guys go. I want to get into position to watch Dave do his angry guy rant.
Yes, it is all about Super Duke.
Get off my lawn, you dang grease.
Right on. Right
Probe
on.
happy saucer jockeys, get off my lawn and planet, and take them poultry geese with yous too. Huh?
Perfect. Love it. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it. Super Duke from World Bigfoot Radio. There he goes. Off into the internet blue yonder. That's Super Duke. That's why he has his own theme song. Let's see here. Big thank you tonight to our super chatters. Jenny, Maggie, Debbie, Kira E, Pammy, Derek E, Carlito E, Uncle Bonesy, and Pammy H E. Thank you. Ass eating Gugway. So I left it up for so long. Ass eating Gugway. That is brilliant. Just brilliant. Here we go, everybody. We rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Very much appreciate earning your listening ears. Reminder to all of you that if you've missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. Rock out to Bumblefoot, read the Newswire, check out our swag, and follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show, and on TikTok at Spaced Out Radio. It is that time of the night where I say, get off my lawn. I turn on my anger for the Dave 101.
It's time for Dave 101.
Oh, yes. You know, I had full intentions of taking this to another level tonight. And I wanted to get into the whole cryptid side of things because, you know, this coming weekend, I'm going to be setting up my Jeep. My little guy and I are going to put it all together and get ready for Sasquatch hunting season this year as soon as the snow melts. Yeah, no. My good friend Nicole has to ruin that all. Why? Well, we were talking about UFOs earlier tonight, and she says, by the way, have you heard of this new group, Society for UAP Studies? No, I haven't. And I will tell you, she sent me a link. I started looking through that link, and I just started getting a headache. Once again, we have scientists coming together for the sake of humanity to break down UAP. Yes. God, I hate that term UAP. I do. It grinds my gears all on its own. But this is even wonderful and joyous because we have another group out there that is going to do the exact same thing as every other UFO UAP group out there. And you know what's even funny about it? They even have members from different groups who are looking for the exact same thing, just under a different title. At some point, do we not need to change the game plan? Isn't the definition of insanity that is you keep doing the same thing over and over again, but you expect different results? So I figured I would share things with you because I'm that guy. Okay, I'm that guy. Yes, I am. So let's go to about. Let's see if this group, Society for UAP Studies, is any different from Enigma or UAPX or Galileo or the SCU or MUFON's New Direction or Ryan Graves' new group. I always forget the name of that one. Shows you how important it is to me. Let's check it out. The Society for UAP Studies is a non-profit organization currently being developed as a learned and professional society. It intends to be organized around the fundamental goal of reorienting and refocusing the study of unidentified aerospace phenomena so that it emerges not only as a frontier science, but a true academic discipline of knowledge in its own right. Because of the nature of this subject matter, viewer discretion is advised. No, it does not say that. It does say, because of this nature of this subject, the academic discipline will be one which draws on work from existing academic disciplines without identifying with any one of them. While the society will maintain rigorous standards of academic discussion, writing, and debate, and while it will all at the same time maintain a critical disposition towards its subject matter, the society sees itself as occupying a fundamentally liminal space between what can be known about UAP and what is yet to be determined. We therefore reject both credulous believerism and dogmatic debunkerism in the spirit of openness to the existence of a profoundly anomalous phenomena significant to all manner of fundamental human concerns, knowledge, science, truth, meaning, political governance, culture, and ways of living. As the society develops, we intend for its distinction from other UAP-related organizations, such as the Scientific Coalition for UAP Studies, the SCU. Have we heard that here yet? Oh, or the Galileo Project. Have we heard that one here yet? Oh, or UAPX. Have we heard that one here yet? To become very clear, while the society sees its activity as fully consistent with and especially complementary to the activity of these other organizations, the Society for UAP Studies is specifically concerned more with promoting meta-level theoretical academic reflection on the subject of UAP. It is not primarily interested in producing the first-order data that constitutes the evidential basis of the UAP phenomena. Furthermore, the society is dedicated to bring together different academic disciplines, especially STEM and the humanities and social sciences, for discussion, debate, and disciplinary definition or coordination. Finally, The Rock has come back to UFOs. No, finally, the society is also dedicated to education and outreach, the development of a robust university-level UAP studies curriculum, which can be offered potentially within mainstream academia. Okay, I'm just going to leave it there for right now. I want to show you something. Remember a couple weeks ago we had Rich Hoffman on the show. Well, let's take a look. Who happens to be on this board? Mr. Rich Hoffman, who happens to be an advisor for Enigma Labs, who happens to be part of the Scientific Coalition of UAP Studies, who happens to be a board member of UAPX. Yeah. This guy's in everything. But remember, the funny part about this one is they stated, remember when Rich stated on this phone, this is not about transparency. No, it's not about transparency at all. No. Yet, here they are wanting to bring this study and transparent study to university academia. This is not making sense to me. It is not. This is why all of these so-called scientific groups are full of it. I'm not saying they don't have brilliant people, because these humans that are involved with this type of study are brilliant. They really are, except in choosing PR people, which they have no clue. Okay? This is nothing different than the other groups. And they're all moving towards Enigma Labs because that's where the money is. And let me tell you, if you have interest in UFOs, Just throw your hands up in the air and just say, whatever. Nothing to see here, just like Chief Wiggum. Because there isn't. Great. You're going to get studies about UFOs? You don't even know what the difference is between a UFO and a UAP. We do. Many people made it obvious during the Chinese drones. Many government officials, from what I've heard, know the difference between UFOs and UAPs. But they're going to blindside us. They know better because they have their doctorates and masters and bachelors in science. And yet, they're all the same people with just different titles in a different titled group. That would be like, I'm going to give you an example here. A lot of people will say, well, geez, Dave, if you're a sports fan, you know, there's 32 NHL teams, there's 32 NFL teams, there's 32 Major League Baseball teams. True. The difference is you don't have Sidney Crosby, Alexander Ovechkin, or Connor McDavid playing for all 32 teams. They have one team. Here, we see a bunch of scientists getting together in as many groups as possible. Many of them, like Hoffman, who work in the defense area or have contracts with military members or military affiliates like the U.S. Army or Navy or Air Force or Marines. And yet they're doing this for us. They're doing this. They're going to find that UAP and they're going to solve this mystery for us. There is no mystery. Because much like Bigfoot, okay, and I just mentioned earlier in the show about how we have too many people who claim to know what the creature is but really don't have a clue, because none of us have a clue. These scientists are so narrow-minded on the discipline of physics, astrophysics, mathematics, chemistry, the technology of it all, that the majority of them are missing the finer points that will answer the question. This is what makes somebody like Gary Nolan from Stanford University so much more different than what everybody else is doing. Look, you don't have to like Gary. I think Gary's a good dude. But he will tell you point blank, this isn't nuts and bolts, people. This has nothing to do with nuts and bolts. They can play nuts and bolts all day long, okay, drive their Teslas or their Volvos or whatever they want to drive. Okay, those are nuts and bolts. This is different. They refute the fact that there is statistical study done on the consciousness aspect of UFOs, not UAP, because UAP are man-made. UFOs. That's what Gary Nolan is looking into. And many people like him. Why? Because they know this isn't a singular nuts and bolts answer. There is no crescent wrench out there that is going to open the door to a UFO and all of a sudden allow you to figure out how it flies. They refute the evidence of hundreds of people that researchers, true researchers in this field, like Grant Cameron, who have interviewed hundreds of people who have allegedly flown the craft. You don't have to believe them, but you know what? They may have an answer to your science. Now, a lot of people have accused me, Dave, you're so anti-science when it comes to UFOs. Not at all. Not at all. What I'm saying is there has to be a fair blend between the woo and the nuts and bolts. Otherwise, we're just kicking tires to get a bunch of money donated for solving nothing. If they really, really wanted to solve this, Why wouldn't they put the pressure on NASA? NASA's been covering up this subject for 60 years. Why would they put their pressure on the government agencies? Oh, many of them are affiliated with the government agencies. Why wouldn't they put their pressure on the military? Oh, those military contracts that many of them work for can't piss off the bosses. I know a number of people on this Society for UAP Studies, and I will tell you this. Next time I chat with many of them, it will be just a little shake to my head. Not that because I'm being negative, but because we've seen it all before. And ladies and gentlemen, be prepared for another scientific group to solve absolutely nothing when it comes to UFOs. And that is your Dave 101. Do me a favor, if you're watching on YouTube, leave a comment below and let me know what you think. And now, it's time for the news.
What time is it?
It's time for Shirky Poo's news.
Oh, let's get right to the news, shall we? Weird, the strange. Goat cuddling is so passé. At least the internet now thinks so, as a Pennsylvania farm found out recently. Yeah, the Steinmetz family farm, which hosts events like petting zoos and goat yoga, went from viral on social media to a target of criticism. Farm owners Justin and Lauren Steinmetz said after years of positive comments, their Facebook profile started getting flooded with criticism. Most of it surrounded 2 goat yoga and goat cuddling sessions the farm had booked at coming festivals in Pennsylvania. I didn't even see all the comments until I started keyword searching for things like exploitation, Steinmetz said. I was trying to delete comments. We're not all about the stuff the critics, were saying. We're about the zen of goat snuggling. Critics said making money off of animals in such things as petting zoos is exploitative. Many vegans, oh, here we go. It's the vegans' turn now. Vegans felt particularly strongly about it, according to the story. Why would you bend to a vegan? Why? Nobody should do that. Steinmetz said the goats go to new homes once they're about 6 or 7 months old, and they're not taken to auction or slaughter. Why are we bending to vegans? Their food eats our food. Or our food eats their food. That's the way it goes. Okay? Yeah. I've done some homework on that. Staying non-political, but let me just say, if you see me right now, I am rolling my eyes. Is there a doctor on this plane? I'm a vegan. You know how it goes. From the What Was He Thinking department, a bar owner in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania, saw much of his staff bail after he created a menu that named some drinks in controversial manners. Yeah, the Gettysburg Times reported at least 25 employees left when Donald Hoffman, owner of Mila Kitchen at Jack's Hard Cider, came up with names for drinks like the Caucasian, the Negro. Myself and most of all my coworkers walked out on Friday due to the owner and heads of production at Jack's pushing for some racist cocktail names, Emily Kate Hessler said on her Facebook. Despite days of efforts from upper management trying to halt this cocktail and its name, Friday comes up and it's time to reveal the weekend special. I made a formal complaint to upper management and notified them that if the name isn't changed, most of the staff will be walking. An email was sent to Donald informing him of our plan, and his reaction was explosive. Hessler said the owner fired some of the employees, while others were told that they had to leave and would not be getting unemployment benefits. We asked to hold a meeting to inform those not there what is going on, so that way they can make an informed decision, since choosing to walk out in protest will be taken as quitting, Hessler said. We were refused the right to assemble, and although I informed him, he said we'd do it anyways. Yeah. You know what? I do have an opinion on this. Number one, it's stupid. But number two, can we get off the whole color thing? Seriously. I don't care if you're white, black, Hispanic, Japanese, Chinese, Indian, East Indian, whatever it may be, whatever your beautiful culture is. Why the hell does color have to keep coming up in everything? I don't just go out for a beer and say, my, that's a very dark beer I have there. No, I don't. I don't sit there and say, you know, my pasta sauce is awfully red tonight. I don't get it. I don't get it. How about, now I can see where the owner says it's not racist, and I can see where the employees are saying it is racist. But how about we just stop with the color thing? Can we do that? Can we do that? All right. How about instead America, instead of black Americans and Hispanic Americans, white Americans, how about it's just Americans? Same thing here in Canada. Can we try that out for a little bit? Just to maybe see if it loses the tension around the world right now, because it really sucks. Yes, I will stand on my podium and state this as well. Okay? Because I don't care, man. It doesn't matter to me, because you know what? I'm O positive blood. Anybody needs anybody. I don't care if you're part of the LGBTQ. I don't care if you're black, you're white, you're Hispanic, or whatever. Okay? If you need some good Dave blood, I'm O positive. Hit me up. I like to donate. Can we do that for each other instead? Just makes sense, doesn't it? In a senseless world that we live. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at work, at home, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAP, Facebook, Spreaker, LinkedIn, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio.
I know you're out there somewhere.
Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends,
We're watching.
we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, we've got room for them too. Good night. All right. Serrated Grin, how you doing? Part Due, how you doing? Major Lee, nice to see you. Lily Pond, thank you for joining us. Who else joined us here late? I'm pretty sure I'm probably going to have somebody out there take that. Ooh, to Joe's Maine, you got aliens. I'm sure there's going to be somebody out there that takes my words and spins them. It's the way it normally is. Too bad I don't care. Yep. The Doug Shelby. Old, burnt out, deadhead hippie Americans count too, man. I can send my blood anywhere to help anybody. Anomone? No. See, this is why I love Eugene. Always my deep thinker. We are in this world, but not of it. I love it. Hippies have money, or they died already. Oh, Mike Arrington, that's bad. That is bad. Bad, bad, bad. Funny, but bad. You know, I just want to get back to the days where we could like laugh again. You guys remember laughing? Remember when you could tell a joke? Wilfred Brimley. How's the diabetes tonight? I know laughing has been canceled. Long live Canada. Thank you, random guy. Tell me what you think about the Dave 101 and the Society for UAP Studies. You excited? Another group with the same people? Where did you send it, Derek? Because I think you send it to the wrong account all the time. I don't recall seeing any email from you. Oh, undo. Oh, it's a copy. Now it's a paste. I don't know. I never got an email from you, Derek. I'm sorry, man. I'm so freaking excited for tomorrow. Me and my boy hanging on out, doing man things tomorrow. Will Rich Hoffman be coming back on the show? Yeah, I'd have him on. I'd totally have him on. He doesn't intimidate me. I like Rich. He's a good man. He's staunch on his beliefs. But I would have him back on. Ah, crap. All right. Where's the what? Where's the giraffe? Oh. Hold on. I know what Nicole wants. No random guy tonight. I haven't sent him the link. If random guy wants to come on, he's in the chat room. I know he's listening. He can hit me up and say, "Yo, bud. Yo, Adrian. Give me my link." Random Guy. That's his French name. Dude, I've heard you say Dave Weiss like 182 times in the last 3 weeks. I get the point. You love your flat earther, dude. I'll see what I can do. He was good. He was really good, actually. He actually made me think. Oh, random guy definitely eats corn in bed. Definitely eats corn on the cob in bed. Now I'm going to do these ones because I forgot about the swear word. All right, so let's find that spot. Okay, so 9:06 theme song and 15 minutes in should be right around here.
It would either be like start testing you at a young age for telekinesis, mental telepathy, healing abilities, your scientific abilities, your ability to be a warrior or to be an enlightened spiritual person. So mine fell more into the enlightenment of serving humanity more than being a warrior. Now, there's a reason for this, I found out. Grays will test a lot of people to find out where they are in their reptilian brain. And self-survival is one thing, but to become a destructive power of killing indiscriminately, depending on what race of grays you're dealing with, I found out, some of them that's a welcome attribute and they want it in their gene pool, and some of them don't. It all depends on whether they're dark grays, light grays, or in between. It's kind of like grays have, depending on whether you're colorblind or not, 256 shades of gray on them. And let's get started into the demonic grays that don't care about anything except their own self. And those are the ones you definitely want to stay away from.
How many different species of?
Only about 4 that I can actually claim that I've actually been with. I've been with the little stupid Fimbus that people actually talk about that are like maybe about 2 feet high. And where they say that they basically are mechanical, I would say that my experience is they're more biological, with mechanics built into them. I forget what they call that, like cyborg almost.
Right.
But here's the thing: they are stupid,
Are they?
but they can learn quickly. And I know because I had one that came into my room once, and it wanted to do some experiments. And I don't know what it did, but it put a device in the bottom of my foot, and I actually had a mark on me. So I told it the next time that it came into my room to do anything, I beat the shit out of it.
There it is. There it is.
So I told it the next time that it came into my room to do anything, I beat the shit out of it. I beat the shit. Excuse my French and everything else, but
All right. So 1
I-
second. Let's save that. 1 second, random geek. Go back to there. I beat the
2.5 depending on how tall you are, but they don't have a high degree of intellect like the grays that are I would say 5'5", maybe 5'4". My mentor gray that I wasn't going to allow it to happen. I beat the shit out of it. So I told it the next time that shit out of it.
save. Yeah, those ones should be good. Good. Hey, Geek, what's happening?
What up? Can you hear me?
No? Can you hear me?
No.
Good.
No, my camera's not working. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Well,
It's just like black.
you're weird.
All right, whatever. I guess it's audio only.
What do you think of this new UFO group?
Which one? There's like 14 that we mentioned. No, I'm joking. Exactly what you said. It's the same shit, man. I don't know why we're trying to dilute the situation even worse than it already is. But the only explanation is people see money somewhere in this, clearly. Or else you wouldn't see this explosion of groups and organizations coming out. It's not because we're any closer to getting answers. It's just because it's becoming in vogue, I think, between TikTok and other things to enough where people are like, hey, if we put our shit out there, we could probably get people to buy a sub or something, or at least tune eyes to our bullshit, and then we could sell ads. That's my best guess, but I don't know. I could be wrong.
It's
Is that a pen in your mouth?
Time. I don't know if I like it or not.
You got to add that. I'll beat the shit out of them. You got to add that to your soundboard. Whenever anybody acts out, or throw it on El Ovni on the soundboard, I'll beat the shit out of them.
Man, if I could remember all of the audio I have cut over the years. Hilarious.
What's everybody up to tonight?
Not much. Everybody getting ready for the Easter weekend, waiting for their bunnies to come over and bring some chocolate.
I have my kids all weekend.
Perfect.
It's going to be a marathon. Well,
Nice.
my ex-wife was Jewish, so she thought it would be a good idea to go to court, and because Jews have like 15 holidays a year. So she's like, I need the kids this day, this day, this day, and this day. I said, cool. Then I got all the Christian ones. Christmas. Her attorney looked at me like, well played. Can't claim them both.
Oh man, I'm looking forward with my little guy tomorrow to be putting my Jeep together, man. I'm really looking
fun times.
It's gonna be fun.
That's gonna be cool.
Yeah, man. He's pretty pumped up about it. You know, so it's got to make sure everything fits. You know, that's the big one. Does everything fit?
What has he done so far? besides just
they're
observe?
putting bags together
Oh,
and just making sure, like, where, okay, he likes to sit, for instance, he likes to sit behind me, but we got to keep the other part of the seat open because that's, you exit on the passenger side, right? And so we're just going to be storing it up like first aid kit and our axe, maul, and blankets in there in case. We might go buy some rope if anything in town is open, just in case we get stuck. So.
Well, if you get stuck, doesn't Miss SOR come bail you out when you do that?
No, it doesn't quite work that way when you're in the middle of nowhere. That's where I call up my buddies with 4x4s to come out and get me.
Good times.
It's only happened once.
I see chat. Go ahead. Sorry.
Side by side, decided to go on the fritz. Thank goodness I had cell phone service.
That's crazy. I used to have crappy cell phone service, and I just now found out, which is funny because I'm a tech guy, but I just found out about FirstNet with AT&T. So I just switched to that because AT&T is kind of like, not the greatest service, and most of the places I have to go, middle of nowhere. But the FirstNet stuff is elite because it puts you on a priority on any tower. So my phone kicks everybody else off of it if I need to get my data. So I'm digging that. I've been very happy with that service. But otherwise, yeah, there's places where I've been on bases or out on ranges where it's like, good luck. Hope you got your smoke signals with you because there ain't nobody for 200 miles if you break. Repeaters go down, things happen. What are you guys talking about? Punching what? Nicole, so what do they feel like when you punch or hit them? What are we punching and hitting?
Should we get Nicole on here? I'll send her.
Force her.
I'll send her a link on Facebook.
She doesn't ever respond to my bullying, so.
She don't have the Canadian charm.
Neither one of us do.
The Canada charm.
Blame Canada.
It's Canada. Remember?
Oh, Grays. Yeah, Nicole, come on and talk about punching Grays with us. I'll bet you a Gray, I think I could take a Gray. Maybe not a reptilian. As long as they didn't use the paralysis stuff on me, it'd probably be a good match. I'd throw down. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, they're fun to throw with.
So I heard, though, the Greys are like more friendly, and the reptilians and all these other ones are more aggressive and evil. But it sounds like the Greys do the worst invasive stuff on your body, right? When they're doing the probing, aren't they the ones that do all the data harvesting?
Very few people have actually been probed.
I mean, I've been drunk in Vegas some nights, and I wake up not knowing, but.
No, the Greys, they're like hired temporary employees, man.
Yeah, it's like you pull up to Home Depot and there's a bunch of Greys there. You're like, I need 2. I don't know if you get that joke in Canada, but laborers. Harmless. I never trust anybody that says they're harmless, love. Trying to lure us in there.
She's dangerous.
This is your last night.
Song.
She said no.
No, I will guarantee you that.
It's like 1:30 in the morning at her place.
Yeah, get on over here, Nicole Sackich.
Where your never mind. Yes, we want you to join. Come in. This is the pre-Easter clusterfuck. Oh, it's 2:20. You're 2 hours ahead? Fuck. It's okay. Just do it like you're in witness protection. Let's look at your silhouette.
Oh shoot! Hold on. I'm busy editing here. Hold on.
I know. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna hard sell it. Hey, be nice. Be nice. You guys are definitely. Anybody got any questions about anything that went on this week? I'd love to spread some misinformation and lies.
And on that note, as random guy says that, it is my time of the night to say hello. How are you to every agency out there? Remember, Old Davy can be bought. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder, random guy.
Yeah, Nicole, come bring your dot and let it make out with my dot. That would be hot.
This isn't the dating game, random guy.
Oh no. I'm keeping it professional, but also entertaining. Because part of being professional is being entertaining when it's content.
You love the word content.
I do.
You're like content guy.
Random content guy.
Random content guy.
That'll be me. What did I do in Vegas? When? Today? Today in Vegas, I drank. Did laundry. I'm at my townhouse. When I got my kids, I'm typically in Vegas. When I don't, I'm typically in Southern California. So it's expensive staying there all the time, though. Let's see.
A libertarian, what's happening? Who is probed? Well, random guy got probed a couple of weeks ago by a couple of grays that were hitting on him at the LAX nightclub in the
LAX. You're dating yourself there.
Sovereign farts. Absolutely, it's called selling out. That's why I say it.
Can you hire me as a PI? So, true story. When I was in college, I actually worked doing surveillance for a private investigator because I was 19 and no one suspected me. So I could get into places and film people that had like false insurance claims and stuff like that. My favorite ones were people cheating, though. Husbands and wives hiring to get proof positive their spouse was cheating. Now no one cares, but back then it was like a big deal in the 90s when people cheated on each other before social media. Now you can just dial it up, press an app, and get a replacement the same day, so no one really gives a shit, but it used to mean something.
Cheating used to mean something. Now it's just in disarray.
I don't know why Nicole's taking so long just to get in with no face.
Don't you worry, never fear. Nicole Sackich will soon be here.
Oh, I like it. Well. Huh.
Wow. Mick Mars is suing Motley Crue.
For what?
That they ousted him from the tour for Johnny 5. He's saying they kicked him out of the band and they're ripping him off.
Huh.
Wow. Didn't see that coming.
Tim Mothman. My ex hired a PI to check me out before I started dating. Guess he must have sucked. I like it.
There she is, ladies and gentlemen. The faceless one herself, Nicole Sackich.
Wow. Look who showed up.
Her mic's on mute, as per usual.
You look lovely tonight, Nicole.
You look lovely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you get dressed just dressed up for me, or was it for Dave?
It was for Dave. Dave's beard.
You can't compete with this random gee.
And all my pals and the Space Travelers Club hanging out in the chat room.
There. Oh, what's this picture doing up there?
Hey, there she is.
What?
He knows I never turned my camera off. Oh, what a guy.
You didn't email me the link, so I'm on my phone.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
I can't hear you very well.
Yeah.
Hi,
My
random guy. How are you?
I don't know. How am I?
We're talking about punching grays. His guest tonight said that's what Dave had to edit it, right? He said he punched the S out of it.
That was hilarious. That was definitely soundboard worthy.
You don't hear about that often, but you do hear about it. People get a shot in on him every once in a while. That's what I was talking about with my chat pals.
So annoyed my camera doesn't work right now.
Sovereign, I'll guarantee you, if somebody's hung out with her, she's at least 10 to 12 good, strong ones a day.
She likes to hold them in until they count.
Yep.
In my house, we do the hand farts like constantly, and then we blame it on the dog.
Fair.
Yeah.
7-year-old fun. But
my son
okay.
got me the other day. Big time.
Dave, you know the story. And I don't know, have you interviewed Travis Walton?
Nope.
Where he, woke up on the table and took the arm swoop at him and knocked him over like little birds.
Yep, they go flying.
Who was the one who said he punched him and it felt like marshmallow?
That was me.
Somebody else has said it too. Because we found a couple of them after you said that. I thought I sent them to you.
Well, one was somebody was hitting random guy's stomach.
You're not. Is El Ofni like sitting in the corner? Or are you trying to impress him with some SPAC talk? What's going on?
It's fine.
No, it's because somebody earlier in the chat room was trying to say that Paul Hynek was funnier than me.
Is he?
No.
I'm definitely.
I've never talked to Paul Hynek. I imagine him as like a serious person.
Oh, dude is hilarious. He really is. I just like to bug him that he's not funny.
Why is this camera not working?
It's the phenomenon affecting your tech.
Yeah.
Like, look,
Getting ready to take you tonight. Give you a little bit. Give you a little bit of Whitley action.
What the hell is that?
Hey, I'm wearing my El Agni t-shirt tonight.
Very nice shirt.
Why are you not wearing a random guy shirt? It's bullshit.
I don't think they exist. Do they?
Yes, they do.
I don't
Dave,
have
you're the
one.
worst merchandiser in the history of content creation.
You manifest your own reality. I don't have one yet. So something's wrong with reality.
I don't have one.
Go to my website and pick them on up.
It's probably easier. It's probably easier.
What's that website again?
Spacedoutradio.com/shop. I'll be right back. YouTube chat. And keep it PG rated there, random gee.
Me? Nicole is the problem.
Excuse me?
Jeez.
I would put this to the chat, but I can't see it.
I got it open on my phone. I'm on my iPad because my phone, the audio sucks. But evidently now the camera sucks on the iPad, so I can't freaking win.
Nope. You're 0 for 2.
I'm 0 for 2? How did I get 0 for 2?
I don't know. Camera's not working.
Oh.
Can't get your laptop working.
Yeah. So
you have to tell me one of your paranormal stories, because I know everybody has one.
I do, actually.
Yeah. Tell me one. Lay it out there for the chat room. It's overtime.
I don't know if I told this story already, though. I don't want to be like that guy that tells the same story again.
That's okay. We've
But
got new people in the audience. You know, you're reaching new people.
will you help me work through it emotionally when I'm done telling the tale?
I know lots of referrals that I could make.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Lots of great people doing work in this field.
Sure,
Yep.
I'll give you a
We'll get
story.
you the help you need.
The year is what is it? The year is 1985. No, I'm serious. And it was right when Gremlins came out. Was that 85 or 84? I don't remember. It was
Close.
80s.
It was around there, yeah.
So it was Christmas time, and Gremlins is a Christmas movie. And since my parents were savages that didn't really parent, I could do whatever I wanted. I got to watch Gremlins when I was like, 5 or 6 years old at the time. And I wanted Gizmo. And of course, like every great movie franchise, the Gizmo plush doll was available for purchase just in time for Christmas that year. So I'm begging for a Gizmo doll. Now, I have a sister. She was about 2 years younger than me. I guess she still is because she's still alive. But she's about 2 years younger than me. And she didn't want a Gizmo. She wanted nothing to do with it. Long story short, we fast forward to about the day before Christmas Eve. And presents have started to show up under the tree from family, friends, my parents. You know, they start putting them under there as they buy them and they wrap them. And my mom used to breed cockatiel birds. So if you breed birds, you know that you put like a bird box next to their cage so they can go in there and do their thing. And it was a big deal. She did it for years. So they would squawk every once in a while, but you put a towel over them at night and they're quiet. So it must have been 2, 3 in the morning, 2 days before Christmas. And I heard the birds. So I wake up and I go to investigate. Now, usually when I get out of my bed, the first thing that happens is my stepdad would intercept me and kick the shit out of me in the hallway and send me back to bed. But for some reason, there was no one there. And I'm hearing the birds. And so I peek around the corner because, again, if I get caught, I would get whooped just for being out of my bed in the middle of the night. So I look around the corner and I peek. And I shit you not, I see something moving on top of the bird box for nesting. And it's just like moving just ever so slightly. And I'm like, okay, I must be tired. I must be seeing things.
This is like a swamp dweller.
No, this actually happened though. This is like, and here the weird part's going to be at the end. Not that it's not already weird because it involves me. So I'm looking, I see this thing moving, and I look, and it's fucking Gizmo, like the actual like Gizmo that now again, I didn't know my parents purchased me a Gizmo doll at this point because it was a Christmas gift under the tree.
Right.
I see Gizmo up on the fucking thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm spooked out because I'm young enough to believe anything's possible, right? At this point. I go to turn around and my 3-year-old sister's right behind me staring. And now I'm like, okay, well, I'm not dreaming. Somebody else. And she was like, Gizmo? Or so we run to my parents' room, banging on the door in the middle of the night. Mom, Dad, Gizmo's eating the birds. So, of course, first thing that comes out, Dad hits me first before asking any questions for waking him up. And then Gen X was different. I'll just say that. So he hits me first. We go out there. And, of course, there's nothing. They can't find anything. But here's the weird part. The Gizmo doll they had purchased me disappeared from under the tree. And 2 of the eggs from the nesting box disappeared that night. Unexplained. And never. And here's the third part. My sister to this day will recount the story in exact detail how I told it. So she verified the story from that time on. Come to find out years later, right before we moved out of that house in like 89. And evidently there was some cemetery right next door to it. And there was like all these dead animals and stuff buried under our property back in the 60s before they built houses on it.
Wow.
So I'm like, yeah, there was a couple other things that happened in there that were kind of terrifying, and
How
that was
very
also
Carol Ann.
well. This was up in
Cemetery.
Northern California, and we moved right after the earthquake in '89. It was in Fremont, California, so that literally picked our house up and moved the foundation when that earthquake hit, and we moved right after that. But yeah, that was one of the craziest paranormal stories because I remember it literally. It's like 40 years, 38 years ago, and I still remember it perfectly.
So your toy Mogwai
Yes.
came alive, Pinocchio style, became a
Yes.
real boy, ate your bird eggs,
Yes.
and escaped into the unknown.
I shit you not. I shit you not. How you could polygraph me. I swear to God, dude.
No,
It's some weird
honestly,
shit.
when you first mentioned it, it made me think of John Yost or Yost, how he told his story of seeing, what was it, Ultraman? What was his guy called? You
Ultraman.
know, and you hear a lot of that with children experiences. It's like, even when they're terrified, they see something from like a cartoon or a book, something that's like familiar and friendly to them. So apparently Gremlins didn't scare you. It scared the crap out of me.
I thought they were cool. I thought it was funny and cute, and like the only thing that scared crap out of me was my stepdad.
Well, up against something like that, then yeah, I'm sure. What was that one that looked like a skunk? I'm sure he looked cute. Spike. There you go.
Yeah, Spike.
Oh, terrible. I remember, what do they find? The guy stuck in the chimney. That was like terrified me. It's like, oh my God, there's a dead guy in their chimney. Gremlins Gone Wild. But wasn't Phoebe Cates in that? That was also, everybody talked about that.
I didn't grow up with censorship. I was a free range kid. As long as I didn't piss the parents off, I could have packed smoked a pack of cigarettes and shot heroin under a bridge, and no one would have known better as long as I made it home by the time she yelled for dinner. Like, it was different back then.
That was just the 80s.
Yeah, it was a different time for sure.
Dave.
The fact that I'm alive is amazing.
There you go, Dave. I got random guy to tell a paranormal story.
You the beans right there.
He's not all just khaki pant mafia.
Oh my God, don't KM me.
No khaki pad mafia on that story.
I'm gonna get you. No.
I don't know. Are cemeteries that scary? Remember, we talked to that one guest that one night, and he was, cemeteries are like blessed ground and, a sanctuary space. So you don't really get a lot of activity off that. Right?
I don't know. I'll tell you. Actually, I got an Easter story for you. It's related. It's a lot shorter. Same house, like 2 years later. It was Easter, and I wanted to catch the Easter bunny in the act, right? So I'm like 6, 7 years old. Just go to sleep on the couch. And of course, at this point, I actually believe in the Easter bunny. I think it's a real thing. So this is the same house where the other paranormal stuff had occurred. Go to bed. I remember waking up because I heard the door not open, but I heard a noise at the door. And the door was behind the couch, and we had wooden floors, like crappy wooden floors. And I remember at like 1 a.m. or so, it's pitch black. I don't open my eyes. At first I was excited. I'm like, cool, I'm going to catch the Easter bunny. And then in that same split second of excitement, I was terrified. Something felt bad. So I'm like, wait a second, I'm not going to open my eyes. And I remember it was freezing cold. Like, it felt like snow was covering me in the room. It was so cold. And I hear a noise. It's so ridiculous. This actually happened though. I hear this noise like as if a dog was walking on a wood floor. Like you would hear like scratching, right? Like slow walking, but it sounded like it was like 300 pounds. So, and in my mind, I'm like, this must be the Easter bunny. But it felt absolutely terrifying. It's freezing cold. So I'm like, don't move, don't move. And then I swear to God, on everything in my life, this thing leaned over and breathed on me. And I felt the breath on my face. My eyes are like, it knows I'm not asleep, but I'm not going to open my eyes for shit. So I close my eyes, and I hear a little scuffling around, and then the sound disappeared without going anywhere near the Easter baskets or anything like that. And so I sat there terrified for felt like an hour, not knowing what's going to happen. I eventually fall asleep because I'm too afraid to get up. I wet my bed. I peed on the couch because I was so scared, and I didn't want to get up. So I wake up. It's 7 a.m. My mom's waking me up. Hey, it's Easter, but also, why did you piss on the couch? What's wrong with you? And the craziest part of the whole thing, I tell the story and they're laughing at me, and they go look by the door, and there's claw marks in the shape of an animal, just for 4 or 5 inches, 2 big ones that were not there when my parents went to bed, in the same house where the gizmo shit went down. So there was definitely some haunted ass shit going on there, dude, poltergeist. And that's why I tell Dave loves to tease me when I have run-ins now with ghosts or stuff. And I'm like, nope, I'm not doing that. No, send me back to Iraq. Do whatever. I'm not dealing with that shit, at all. Not happening.
How close was that to the gizmo stuff?
Same room. It was in the same room.
No, I meant between incidences.
About 2 years. It was a couple years, but the same house, same range. But
yeah,
shit was fucking terrifying.
You got aliens.
I'm sweating right now just thinking about it.
You got some aliens.
We were talking to him. He said it. The catchphrase is there.
Do you think that's something I don't think has ever been brought up for me when talking movies and UFOs? Were gremlins aliens? I mean, where did the shopkeeper get his little mogwai?
It's true. That's a good question for Super Duke.
Are they like a chupacabra?
No, because they didn't have the teeth, right? Well, I guess they did when they turned into the green ones.
The gremlin.
Yeah.
I remember the Looney Tunes gremlin.
Oh, yeah.
And then what was the one that there's the gremlin that takes down the plane? What was that all about?
Twilight Zone movie, right?
He's a what do they call those little things?
That's a movie too, though. I think I remember a film scene.
It was the Twilight Zone movie that you're talking about.
Sweet.
It was actually the Twilight Zone movie. It came out in 1988, I believe. And they had the monster on the wing episode, and then they had the kid with the cartoon where he could summon the demons from the cartoons.
Ooh.
That's what you're talking about right now.
Nice. I don't remember that other part.
It was good cinema.
The summoning demons.
And there was the other one where the dude was in Nazi Germany, and there was a couple other segments. That was a great movie. I got to rewatch that actually.
That sounds like a watch party. I used to host watch parties on my Facebook all the time when Facebook was cool.
Can we do that on Amazon or whatever? I don't know. I don't even know if it's on there.
I don't know who watches movies that way.
I don't know. I pirate everything except for SOR. It's the only place I pay money.
There we roll.
There you go, Dave. Mm-hmm. If anybody wants to know how SOR is being funded.
It's a CIA.
That time of the night where we say hello to all the alphabet agencies and all the agents who are tuning us on in, saying hello, how are you? Remember, we can be bought. We can be bought. Just give us a call sometime. You already got our number. Give us a call.
80s was just built different, man. That was a good decade. I'm happy I was born when I was born. I wouldn't have wanted to live earlier or miss that. So I was right in the sweet spot.
Tim's going to be jealous. You've done it twice now without him.
Done what?
I don't want to do it again.
I'm curious to see what random guy's reaction is going to be to our Keith Andrews tomorrow night when we really turn up the woo.
Ooh. Is Tim joining you and our Keith?
Oh, after.
Oh, that's right. Our Keith is no longer on call. So that solves that two guest issue. It's good. What's the chat saying? I can't read it.
They're
You
talking
guys are forgetting about them.
No, I have it open. You just can't see. I'm reading it. They're talking about The Shining, talking about different movies in the 80s, Tommy Knockers, The Langoliers.
I don't think I've ever seen Tommy Knockers. Is it a Stephen King?
I don't feel that old in this chat like I normally do.
Well, you are old, though.
Not as old as you.
True.
Older than me.
Oh, come on.
Dave, you're older than me, too.
I am. I am totally older than both of you.
Have you seen any Nintendo Switches around lately, Nicole?
Probably in my child's hand. I think that's going to be our big Easter movie fun. The Mario Brothers movie or whatever it is on at our theater. So that Mario song or the sound of coins is going to be stuck in my head.
You gotta say like Tom DeLonge in your yed.
Tom DeLonge did a live Instagram today.
In my yed.
Talking about what is it? What's TTSA do now, Dave?
Sell tickets to Blink 182 concerts.
They make movies. Yeah, that's what he was talking about, I think. Whatever comes out this fall.
Who knows? Who knows?
We intently stare at Dave while he edits.
I don't know how to use StreamYard and get the chat up, so I'm
It's
just,
so,
you know.
Oh, yeah, I don't look at chat on StreamYard because then you got to change windows. So unless you're on a PC where you have dual windows, a pain in the ass.
44.
I'm sorry, 42. What did you say?
I disagree with Derek. Dave just has a serious face on. That's what he looks like.
Dave always has a serious face on. Dave doesn't get to relax. That's because it's 2023. I'm waiting for somebody from UFO Twitter now to come on and absolutely rip what I said at the end of the show about the drinks at Gettysburg Bar. You know somebody will.
I haven't snuck into UFO Twitter. I've been afraid lately. You know, these Twitter spaces, I'm like trying to investigate them and figure them out, and I can't, and that hurts my ego. Every space that I go in is so different, and then I can't make sense of it. But it's good. I also learn a lot too. So mainly that it's very different from your lovely chat room you have here, which is, you know,
it's a beautiful
social media home.
This is probably the best looking chat room on YouTube. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it right now. These are beautiful. These are beautiful.
It's all the
people.
hair. Yeah, it's everybody's rock star hair. And then Tim's bald head.
Oh, I wasn't talking about the host. I was talking about the chat.
It's everybody.
People in the chat are just, wow. Good looking.
Everybody in chat either has a beard or hair like they're in an 80s rock video.
You remind me, I got to shave. My beard is too big. I hate having facial hair. I'm just too lazy to shave it.
Or Sasquatch leg hair.
Reach in hair coming out or what?
Should I shave it, Nicole, or should I keep it? Your call.
I think the chat knows how I feel about beard hair.
I didn't ask chat. I asked you, Nicole.
So you'll have to do some investigating to figure out my opinion.
Derek with another awesome super chat. Thank you, Derek. That's your hat trick for the night.
Derek,
look at you, bro.
I had this friend in high school whose name was Derek, and I always thought it was funny. I would call him D-Rock. And to this day, he gets so pissed if I ever bring that up or call him D-Rock. So shout out to my D-Rock. That's
Well,
not Derek. But
we know what the D is, but what's the rock?
it's, it was the 90s. We just gave everything stupid
Jean
names.
jackets, got it. We were listening to Pearl Jam. I don't know. No one even knew what the lyrics were.
No, still don't.
Pearl Jam's terrible.
I love Pearl Jam. Watch your mouth. Actually, only the first two albums. After that, they kind of got weird. Eddie did his artsy stuff.
It's the same. Every song.
The only song you need to really know is Black, right?
I tuned out for a second so I could ignore that. Oh no. Me and Love are going to break up now because I can't stand Nirvana.
Love v. Love. Have you decided if you're coming to Vegas yet or not?
Nirvana is like one of the most overrated bands of all time after the Beatles. That's how I start making friends in every music conversation.
Same. Yep.
Nothing beats
Bye, Love. Sorry it didn't work out. Hope I wish you the best.
Come on, Love. Don't be like that. Give us another chance. Please don't leave. We can fix this.
Oh.
Terrible.
Oh, negative. Now we're talking blood types. Going on.
Over Pearl Jam.
Is that Welcome to the Show, Lee?
That's Major Lee, yes.
Hi, Lee. It's been a long time. Still the same badge. There's random guy t-shirts in the new merch. Supposedly. I don't know.
Are you going to be my hype girl now? Sell that merch.
UFO spotter Gina Maria Colvin Hill is supposedly going to Vegas with y'all. Cool.
How many days? What's the Vegas countdown?
On the 19th, so 18th for me. So what's that? 11 days? 41 days?
Wow, it's getting close. I'm going to have to pick out my prom dress.
I suggest sequins.
Yeah?
That's what I wear in Vegas.
Okay. Yeah, I've seen what. Yeah, never mind.
No, it's infamous between the sparkly dress picture and the supposed somebody has Nicole dancing on film video rumors.
Does Dave take any photos without laying on the floor, though?
I don't know. Dave is obviously not a photographer. Are you, Dave?
No.
That's why he doesn't have any UFO pictures.
It's all good. Works for me.
Oh, be nice to Dave.
I think Dave needs to put a trail cam on the dog or one of those collar cams just to see what's your dog's name again? Douglas? Doug Stevenson.
Doug Stevenson.
No middle name?
Doug Stevenson Scott.
Douglas Fur Stevenson.
Oh, he's named after a tree? You can't do that.
Well, he's not named after a tree. If you saw how much hair he sheds, you'd call him Douglas Fur too.
So did you give out it's baby springtime? Shouldn't be out in the forest. You'll encounter baby Bigfoots. Warning. Did you start the warnings yet? It's that season.
Yeah, we had that conversation yesterday, and we'll have it again tomorrow.
Good deal. Thought you and Duke might be putting out the PSA announcement. It's like, when motorcycle season comes around, you start seeing the watch out for bikes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I gave random guy, I think, a good set of homework earlier today, didn't I? I gave him the
Hold on.
Cometa report from
Oh,
France.
okay. I was like, wait a second. What are we talking about? Go ahead.
France and UFOs, the
Yes.
Cometa report.
Yes.
Did you look at it at all?
Not really. I browsed through it because I was busy tending to other things. But yeah, I got that one and the other one.
Those French. What do you think of the French?
Can't trust them as far as you can throw them, but they're sneaky.
Food-wise, French fries.
Freedom fries.
That's
Dave's like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Get off my show.
No, Dave knows all about freedom fries, don't you?
You know what? I love America so much. I do. But sometimes you guys get ridiculous. They're French fries. They're not freedom fries, okay? And by the way, there's like 180 sovereign countries out there that have freedom, just so you know.
Yeah, we gave it to them.
We're installing it one dictator at a time.
Just
French fries. I don't even think they originated there. So they stole them. They stole the fries because they're sneaky, apparently, according to Random Guy. His official report.
Never mind. The only people that I've ever caught spying on me were French. So I'm just telling you that right now.
Interesting.
Yep. There's an actual OSI report on it. You could look it up with your friends.
Can we FOIA request that?
Probably. Well, not really. It's probably still classified. Too recent.
We'll wait it out. Ufologists are patient.
Oh, yes. And persistent, I might add.
Dave, did you get the SOR private jet yet?
no.
Well, working on it.
I'm still about $8 short.
Hear that? Super chat.
Super chat, $8. Where's it at?
Gotta get that jet.
Mm-hmm.
You mean the model that he could put on the shelf behind him?
Wilfred Brimley is asking, were they watching you from a hole in the wall?
Ooh, creepy.
I don't know. I put in my quarters. I went in the room, and things got weird. So,
did the bed vibrate? What's going on? Why is there a quarter slot in a room? Was there a claw that came out from somewhere? And like a bunch of stuffies?
It was I think the room belonged to Hunter Biden, so you never know.
Oh, too political. Shut your trap.
Oh wait, he doesn't hold in the office. I can say his name.
The controversy that comes up in overtime. Wow.
It's gonna get blacklisted. Better be careful, watch our step.
And on that note, it is time for Dave to say goodnight to everybody because it is 1 a.m. Pacific, 3 a.m. Central, 4 a.m. Eastern Time, 4:30 or 5:30 if you live in Newfoundland. So we'll see you all tomorrow. R. Keith Andrews is our guest. Thank you to Derek with the hat trick, Jenny, Maggie, Deb, Kira, Pam S, Pam H, Uncle Bones, and Carlito for the super chats tonight.
It's nice to talk to you, Nicole. It's been too long.
Don't like anything right there. Random Guy, thanks for hopping on, buddy.
Later, brother.
We'll talk to you soon. All right. Good night to you all. We'll see you tomorrow. R. Keith Andrews. All right. It'll be fun. Get ready to board the Woo train. Good night.
healthy, my friend.
You too.
If you need bail money, give me a call.
Always, Dad. Take care.
You too.